I make a motion, we accept the agenda with the amendments Patrick just mentioned.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And we do know that there's at least one continuance, that if anybody is here for Hollycrest Road, the town project to put in a gravel road, that'll be continued tonight.
We're not gonna do that one?
Not gonna be doing that one.
And it's one other, there's a request
All
for
of it.
McLean on Oliver Street.
That's
That
gonna
one?
be a continuance.
Oh, okay. Carol, did they
But I'll make the
respond
motion.
back to you?
They
Later.
emailed me that they requested it, and I didn't hear back after I emailed them.
Okay.
Yes, I wanted to do Holly.
So, we wanna do this RDA for 309 Central Ave,
Yeah.
deck repair?
Do you
Yep.
have an agenda?
On July 15th, during the 6:15 meeting of the Town Hall, Scituate Conservation Commission will act on the request of Jane Perkins for determination of applicability of the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act and the Scituate Wetlands Bylaw to install a deck footings on property located at 309 Central Ave, Humrock. Abutters and other interested parties are invited to attend.
Hi, I'm Dick Rockwood. I'm helping Jane Perkins with her project. These are some photos of the existing structure. It's a wraparound porch that had some work done. It might have been by good standards 40 years ago, but you can see at the very last page in those photos, one of the footings is only like a foot thick,
Okay.
and they're all rolling, and all the posts are disconnected. So from a footprint,
Yeah.
if this is Central Ave right here, here's the stairs, and this is the wraparound porch, and we just strictly want to replace those footings, those posts, the brackets, so it
So it's
stays
this.
intact.
That's all.
Because one of the posts is just, the footing is settled underneath. Hasn't necessarily been undermined, it's just, I mean, I'm sure it gets wet there, but it just sunk, and they've actually rolled over. They're like an 18-inch square, a foot in the ground, there's no stability there, so. Haven't fully decided if I'm doing a sonotube post, I guess.
That's what I was gonna, you're not just doing the brackets, because the,
No, I'm doing the
base-
footings.
okay.
The footings, that's really that's what I'm.
And what is the posts gonna be?
6x6 post, they're 4x4s now.
Do we need to know what he's gonna use, and how far he's going down or anything?
I think we need to have an idea what the footing's gonna be. Is it gonna be a sonotube with Bigfoot?
The worst scenario, no matter what, I'm gonna have to dig with a little machine to dig, to put them in.
Yep.
Unless somebody, see, I don't think anybody can bore down there, so if you go to bore.
Yeah,
you
it's
get
just gonna
rocks.
cave in.
Well, it seems pretty gravelly, yeah, it's probably muck down below, so I think a little machine. I might use those precast ones, or I might have to do the sonotube.
Okay.
But it's not gonna be any more than a 24.
But it's gonna be a concrete,
A concrete sonotube 4 feet in the ground.
Just condition it and go?
yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine, Pat.
Yeah, I was out there, as long as it is gonna be a sonotube and not something 4x4 wooden thing that's gonna.
Yeah, so we'll just
break again
condition it
next
and
year.
go?
Right.
All right.
Yeah, or a piling, something that's not gonna collapse and break next winter too,
Oh,
so.
no, exactly. No, it's got- it
So
has to be 4 feet
sonotube,
in the ground.
yeah.
And,
Dick, how much
Yes.
lawn is between the house and the marsh?
there's gotta be the length of this room, at least. that I
So they're not
recall.
gonna be on the edge of the marsh?
Oh, no, not at all. No, this 25, 30 feet. I think you have a site plan there. And,
I do.
Yeah, right here.
I didn't Google anything.
And the footprint's obviously staying the same.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're not doing anything. It's just, someone's gonna get hurt. I mean, if they had a bunch of people up there. It's
Or me.
About 6
Very
months
shoddy.
ago, Pat and I went out there, and where the actual posts are is a considerable distance away from the marsh. The marsh is way over here or way back here, and it's just right there, and it's just obvious that it just needs to be replaced.
Okay.
I would also add that they also had a project maybe 2 or 3 years ago there.
got renovation in the
Yeah.
house, all,
And
nothing in the ground level.
everything that I've seen, they did exactly what we estimated.
Yeah, it was cleaned up. and-
Good record.
Very quality.
Okay.
Didn't you replace the septic?
Somebody else did that,
Yeah.
yes, I wasn't involved. You're right, there's a septic, and however they put the yard back.
Anybody else with any questions? Anybody in the audience regarding
2012 was the septic.
309 Central Ave?
I make a motion for a -3.
Second.
With conditions of the sonotube and post?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great.
Thank you.
It wasn't negative 3.
And that's what I said. Oh,
I'm all warmed up.
why, are you
So we're gonna-
questioning my,
Are we still going to discuss Stewart this evening?
Yeah,
my
yeah.
brain?
So this is for Stewart, 160 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, raise or build. Is there anybody here for that? Any engineers?
No, he's coming. Maybe we can hold on. He is coming.
It's a couple of more minutes I
Oh,
have,
that's extended.
2 minutes.
6:28. But they will be back for
He
that?
said he'd be back tonight, yeah.
Um,
Mr. Foley's
Sure.
request? Okay.
Didn't we discuss that at the last meeting?
Yeah, we discussed it, and he cut the size of the impervious in half, and then sent her on a plan, and I emailed it out to everybody. And also pulled everything out of the 50. So it'll be gravel, half of it, gravel all in the 50, and then there was a paved area where, to make it accessible for a wheelchair to get into.
Right, I remember.
Like a
Yeah,
pad?
that's what we talked about the last meeting, right?
It's a driveway, but it's half as big as the proposed one. We had asked
All right, because
Right.
there
Cut it back.
there was a reason, you know, we didn't want that
the whole area.
with
Yeah.
the original house when he came in. And
So-
at that time, we knew there was handicapped in the house.
So when you sent it out, I said that seems like a good compromise, right?
Comments back from people,
Yep.
it should be in a public
Yep.
meeting, so.
Yeah. So we met him like halfway.
Okay, yeah.
Yep.
So you're just gonna
Yes, we
amend that?
revise it, yeah, we
Okay.
can revise that. The other thing was, Mr. Corona, we went out to his property in Dartmouth, and there were a couple of damaged trees, and we said that they could be taken down. There was one fairly large tree, and we were holding off on that. And last weekend, a big branch broke off that, so he's wondering if it'd be all right to take that down. So-
Yeah.
My,
And he is, your comment?
was,
Yeah.
yeah, as long as he, you know, we condition it to be, or ask him to make sure they're replaced, and he did offer that in his email.
Okay, all right.
Sounds good. All right, do we have folks from the high school?
Yes.
If you want to go ahead and set up, I'm going to read you. On July 15, 2015, at 6:30 PM, the Town Hall Scituate Conservation Commission will hold a wetlands hearing under Chapter 131, Section 40 of the Massachusetts General Laws and Section 30700, Town of Scituate Code of Bylaws regarding the application of the superintendent of schools of the Town of Scituate to construct a new middle school connected to the high school, an auditorium addition to the high school, and various site improvements on property located at 606 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, Scituate. Abutters and other interested parties are invited to attend. So, just for the folks in the audience that are here for this, our discussions tonight will be around resource areas, the Wetlands Protection Act. I think there's going to be additional discussions and some stormwater issues. There'll be additional hearings with the planning board, probably a joint one between the commission and the planning board. So this is one step in the process. And then what we do typically is the commission members, the applicant's going to make a presentation. The individual members will ask some questions, the agent will comment, and then we'll open it up to folks in the room for questions.
Thank you. I'll just do a brief introduction. I know your schedule is full, and this was intended to be introductory, so,
That's the other point, that we,
yes.
nobody wanted to be here the week of the 4th, so now everybody's here tonight.
Got 19.
We saw the agenda, so we'll be thorough but brief.
Thank you.
Don Walter with Dorn Whittier Architects, and with me tonight, John Richardson, our project manager with Dorn Whittier, Jennifer Johnson from Niche Engineering, Bill Brown, and Brian Bacon from Brown Sardina, and then Shane Nolan from Daedalus Projects, the owner's project manager. So we've got a full complement here tonight. But we do want to give you some reintroductions because we have been before you informally a couple of times, and now we're really starting the process. So we thought what we'd do is give you that overview tonight, unless there's anything specific you'd like us to address in our short time here.
No, I think probably
Okay.
something like that would be fine.
Why don't we just do an overview of the project so
Very
the
quick
audience.
overview. Can everybody that's interested in this see the boards?
Can you hear? Yeah, okay.
more for the public's benefit. The scope of the project is to add a new middle school attached to the high school right out the window there. And we've been in discussions over the last year and a half with Concom to make sure that we have an appropriate setback from the vernal pool. We've been very cognizant of that. And in general, our approach, and Bill and Brian will talk landscape, Jeff will talk stormwater, but we're trying to actually improve, and especially in terms of naturalized vegetation area around the vernal pool. The school is very interested in using that as a teaching component, so there will be a dock with a small accessible pathway so that can be used in a non-disruptive, non-disturbing method as part of science projects. We're going to attach a new middle school south of the existing high school. Basically, it overlaps onto what's now the field hockey, the multi-use field, and the parking to the south of the school. Another component of that is the creation of a new auditorium in the back. And in support of that, we're leaving all the fields and courts in place, untouched. We are going to resurface parking in the back, and we'll be doing some drainage kind of on the perimeter. Jennifer will talk about that as well as focused on the new construction. We're adding 180 spaces, a whole new parking lot, kind of where the small playground and DPW stockpiling is up in the woods, so down there. So that's a very quick introduction to the project. And then I'll let Bill talk a little bit about the landscape. Sure.
I'm actually going to move this other drawing up closer. This drawing actually, if you can see the colored area, it actually shows sort of the extent of the scope of the work. And the red line shows where the limits of the scope of the work are. So we're coming in here off of Chief Justice.
First paragraph.
I'm sorry.
First paragraph.
First paragraph, sorry. You come into a drop-off area, there's parking here. There's still access around the school as there is now. As John said, we're resurfacing mill and overlay primarily. The parking lot's here, the parking lot around here, and the parking lot down in this location, and then connecting to the roadway here. So this is where the limits of the scope of work are. So with the exception of this building being inserted in this location, with the exception of the building being located in that location, we're basically refurbishing, if you will, the northern part of the site. There's going to be drainage improvements that are associated with that Jen will talk about as well. We've been focusing most of our attention really in the southern part of the site with the drop-off area, the location of the building. There's an environmental science garden off the building in this location. We're showing existing trees being preserved here. There's actually a very large, nice oak tree here, and trees around the rural pool as well. And what we're trying to do with the coloring of this is to indicate the ground plane vegetation that we're proposing. The darker areas are shrub areas. These lighter green areas are lawns, primarily here and here, and lawns here that would be cut. And the rest of the vegetation we're planting on the ground plane would be meadow grasses and detention basin mixes. So all these areas, there's slopes in here, there's areas between the parking, there's areas in here that will be planted with meadow grasses and detention mixes that can be cut once a year or not even cut at all. What we're proposing to do around the vernal pool is we do have an area here that we need to have for emergency access. This will be cut lawn, and we have a zone that's a demarcation where we have larger boulders and actually bird houses to mark that part of the land where we actually have lawn, and the other side we have meadow grass so people know where they can actually cut the lawn to. This color is the area of disturbance, and what we'd like to do is revegetate and do some regrading up to the edge of the vernal pool. Currently, it is an area that's been disturbed. The lawn is cut up to the vernal pool. We'd like to do some minor regrading, install a stone dust path that takes us onto platform that will be out into the vernal pool and revegetate this area with meadow grasses. This darker zone that you see here, it's an area that we're not disturbing, but it is an area that is currently cut and is maintained. So what we'd like to do with this area is we would like to cut the lawn down to 3 or 4 inches high and then plant meadow grass. We get meadow grass and natural vegetation to grow here in order to bring wildlife back into the area. Additionally, we work with a wetlands consultant, and we have revegetated with shrub species here and here, and on this edge as well, and then here in order to bring some diversity. In the packet, actually, there's a planting plan. This really just shows the ground plan. It doesn't show the trees that we're proposing to plant on the project, but there's a sensitive amount of trees and shrubs that are being planted. All the plants that we're proposing are natives or they're adapted plants. We're not proposing any irrigation on the project at all. None of the plants will need to be trimmed or clipped. They can grow naturally, so we won't be on natives.
Before you go, can you explain the light blue to the right? So the parking lot?
Here?
Yes.
Actually, these are the stormwater management areas, and what we've been able to do is integrate that into the landscape of the site. So you can see that the parking islands are actually quite wide, so we're able to take stormwater into those areas. We're able to bring stormwater into here and also use this area for stormwater where all the water, really from this point to that point, goes into this island area and into the stormwater feature.
Is the impervious area being increased on in that parking lot area there?
This actually, yes. Right now, the existing pavement goes up to about this line, so this is all, I don't know the calculations.
Yeah, so, yep. So the only wetlands bordering the BVWs is the vernal pool that we're looking at in the middle? Because I remember there was one way up on the right-hand side, but we're not going anywhere near that, right?
We're not, and I'll talk a little bit about that.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep. Okay with me, anyway. Don't mind me jumping in.
I do have a question for him.
I took one.
It's pretty a lot of information here. So I'm just going to provide a brief overview of the stormwater management. We can really get into the details, as the meetings continue. But tonight, I just want to tell you about the improvements that we're making to the existing drainage system. So we have 4 design points on the project site. The first 2 are where the closed drainage systems enter the municipal drainage system in the 2 roadways, Cushing Highway and First Parish Road. The 3rd design point is actually the vernal pool located right in the middle of the site. And the 4th is that wetlands that you referenced that's up here. Now, the colors on the map here represent the watershed areas. So they're kind of color coordinated. So blue is the proposed area that's going to the wetland. And the green kind of moves across the site this way and connects down to Chief Justice Cushing Highway. The purple flows across this way into the vernal pool. A little bit comes this way. And the vernal pool has an existing pipe. It kind of acts as an equalizer, connects down through the town hall drainage system and again out to the highway. And the 4th is the southernmost part of the site that also it's developed under the existing condition. We're not proposing much change there, but again, it's a closed drainage system. So I guess I want to focus tonight on what the existing condition is in each of these watersheds and how we're going to be improving it, especially in the vernal pool watershed area. I mean, when you look out the window here, you see the bus storage area, the lawn, and all of those have a lot of pollutants that are associated with it. And in the proposed condition, we're going to be removing all of the bus storage and restoring a lot of that lawn vegetation to a more native, naturalized area. In addition to that, we're going to be proposing fire retention basins which is basically a landscape filter where stormwater flows into it. It's cleansed by vegetation and a special soil media. It continues across the site from there into large underground infiltration chambers. And we use underground chambers in areas where we don't want to disturb the cover of the site, but we want to provide some infiltration, feeding water back into the ground. And we understand Scituate has a really high standard for infiltration. And on our site, we were fortunate to have really good soils so that we could achieve those goals. So we are matching the stormwater quantity that discharges to the vernal pool and to the wetland up in the northern part of the site, as well as the closed drainage system. So really the overall result from the project is a huge improvement, especially with regards to water quality. So I think with that, I would just open up to questions. Have anything?
No, I just worry a little if we take all the pollutants away. It kind of thrived with everything, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens out there.
Well, one thing that we did look at, I mean, we had to eliminate the pollutants, it's part of the bylaw.
Yeah, right, no, I understand that.
But from a quantity perspective, we didn't want to dry out the vernal pool.
No.
So we matched the volume of runoff going to it so that it will still thrive as part of the wetland system, but with cleaner water, and hopefully, still, benefit.
And hopefully the critters still like it.
They still want to go there.
We'll find out.
Can you explain the pipe again to me, what it's doing and what its function is?
These large underground systems, you mean?
No, the pipe that's existing in the vernal pool.
It's just been there.
Right, so there's a pipe, and it ties to a catch basin that's located in the parking lot. And from there, the pipe system continues. So it looks, based on the elevation, that when water gets high enough in the vernal pool, it overflows from the pipe, back through the town hall site. So we're not planning to touch that at all, so it will continue to act in the same manner.
So how much higher than the median level of the pool is the pipe? Inches, feet?
It actually sits, it sits pretty close to the bottom. It's at the bottom of the pool.
Oh, okay.
So it's not
Okay.
letting water, very rarely is water standing, so.
It originally was a retention basin when they built the school.
Right.
And then over the years, Mother Nature took over. So, I mean, if this was originally a vernal pool, that pipe never would have been put in. But it became a vernal pool because Mother Nature wanted it.
Gotcha.
Well, the high school site might have been a little damper too.
Yeah, right, at that time. So,
And as we know, we do get standing water in early spring, because...
yes, we do.
Yeah, we had the frogs out there last week,
Yeah.
2 weeks ago.
And the geese
yeah.
and everything else
Yeah.
tend to hang out,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then probably too intermittently, with larger storm events, it kind of goes on. and
Yes,
then
it does.
drops down.
Yep.
So we'd expect that in the proposed condition as well.
They used to ice skate out there too.
Penny, do you have any other?
Not particularly for this young lady. For the other gentleman, I do have a question. On the landscaping.
Sure.
I'm a little concerned, your roadway coming in is only like 40 feet from the edge of the vernal pool at the top there.
The bus loop?
Yeah, and that's only 40 feet from that, and, I personally would like you to consider putting heavy vegetation along that driveway.
Yeah, when we came in the spring earlier, we
Yeah,
wanted to talk about that.
We had talked about that, but I didn't see it on the planting plan.
Right, we do have some shrubs that are planted in that area.
You have some, but I'd like to see it heavy,
We could plant more.
because you are very close at that point. Other than that, I
Just
mean,
provide a,
Just a heavier buffer there?
yeah, I have heavier buffer.
Sure.
I would love to see, and of course, since your erosion controls, we haven't talked about it right now, but personally, I'd like to see you do a double whammy around the vernal pools. I don't want to have an accident out there. I don't know about the rest of the board, but I don't want to see just one row. I really want, because I hate to say how many times we go by a site and things have fallen in, and there's all this garbage rushing in where it doesn't
Yep.
belong, and it takes a week before somebody bothers to get out there and fix it. That's one of my biggest concerns, is when there's equipment running around out there and so forth, that I want them to stay away, you know, and if something happens, just have some extra on site. Other than that, it looks pretty good to me so far.
I'm good.
Good start.
Pat, do you want to?
Well, yeah, I think we could explain to the residents how this works, the next step. Because we've received engineering plans from the applicant, the town just doesn't rely totally on them. We hire a review engineer. They pay for it so that we have somebody that goes through all the calculations that Jennifer was just talking about. We also need to be sure that the wetland lines, as they've put them on the plan, are accurate. So again, we have somebody hired, professional wetland scientist will go out and check on that. So there'll be a double check on all these engineering reviews. The other thing is we like to be better coordinated with the planning board and the planning office. So what we're planning to do, if the commission wants to go along with it, is have a joint review of all the stormwater stuff, so that you aren't going to 2 or 3 meetings to hear about stormwater. We'd have it at one place, maybe a bigger room than this, with the planning board and commission opening up a hearing and covering it all in one night, so that we're all on the same page and we're not going back and forth. And then if you attend those meetings, everybody will hear your questions. It won't just be one board or another. So those are the next steps. So planning board meets on August 13th, so it may be that we do a more thorough review of the stormwater that day. We'll have hired a review engineer in the next week or so to start reviewing all the materials. The other thing is all the materials are in our office. You're welcome to come in and go through them. There's a whole stormwater report, and then there's a notice of intent, and there'll be information about plantings and wetland scientists and all that. So welcome to come in. So.
Did you look at the discharge area that goes out beyond the track?
Yes.
Okay.
That was modeled as part of the design point for that northern wetland.
Okay.
And we held it to the same level of standard, so matching both volumes and peak rates of runoff for the stormwater.
Is there going to be any additional oil traps or any filtering or anything
Yes.
before you do the parking lot over?
So I could have gone into more detail about that, but the entire site is being treated now, either with the bioretention basins that you see, you know, at the surface, or in areas where we didn't have room for that type of basin, a proprietary structure that, you know, separates solids and oils, like you're saying. So,
That is being dealt with.
yes, yes. Even in the northern parking lot where all we're doing is repaving, we wanted to provide treatment
Yeah,
there.
because I don't think there's been much.
So we're
No,
actually doing more than just paving in this parking lot.
It's shown right
Particularly,
there,
there's underground
Yeah, so I think it's okay now.
filtration basin as well as the oil separators. Doing the sewer filtration.
That's right. That's right, it ties into the existing system, because there's a pretty extensive existing drainage system that cuts through the track and field area.
Right.
Kind of cuts across, we kind of represent that here. So we're tying in way up here, but providing that treatment for.
Great.
Which it doesn't have now.
Right, to our knowledge, there's no treatment on the existing site, so that's again, one of the big improvements to this project, is the ability to go back in, kind of fix things to the level of care that we use now versus, 50 years ago.
Yeah, it was back in the late 50s.
Right.
I think to Penny's point about, you know, a beefed up buffer around the vernal pool, we've had early discussions about that. The commission realizes the problems, you know, an existing site, and that there's a vernal pool, and that hopefully in the end there'll be improvements. And, you know, that pinch point where the driveway is, but we really want to do as much around that to have a more natural setting and a protected setting when it's done. And hopefully there'll be a benefit to everyone that is around it.
That's very reasonable, and as we talked last time, it's fairly steeply sloped at that point too, so we want to be especially attentive to it.
Sure. Okay. Would anybody in the audience, do they have any questions? Yes, sir.
My name's Ken Chisholm, and the butter, 41 Cedarwood Road for whatever, 37 some odd years. What I think the butters on Cedarwood Road are here is how this is going to impact the, trying to open the high school hill again, going through the neighborhood.
Is there, sure.
Yeah, there's no plan to make any vehicular connection between Cedarwood and this
So
site.
that's going to remain closed from Cedarwood that we got closed 20 some odd years ago, Wally? That we got closed because of the danger. And now, with what we've all gone through, two ways going through the neighborhood because of the water stuff, someone's going to get whacked. And that's what we dealt with when the high school hill was open. I just want to go on record as I think the bulk of the neighbors that are here don't want to see that. I know that's not part of the agenda, but I just want to make it known that we're upset at the dialogue that might go on about opening that hill again.
Yeah, we're not proposing
There is
to.
no
We
dialogue.
understood that from the time of the town vote, and we are repaving that because it's going to be bicycle and pedestrian access, and so we've talked.
No wider than what it is now?
It will be wider, so we're going to put a bollard on it to prevent.
Put a what on
A
it?
bollard, a steel post, to
Okay.
prevent vehicles from driving on it, because with the additional width which is needed for lead and to make it useful for bicycles, you could, in theory, drive a car on it, and we know that's not the intent. We want to make sure that's not the intent. So we're proposing to put a bollard on that will prevent anyone from driving a car.
So you're on record as saying that...
It is not a driveway, it's
All right.
not access to the
Yes.
site for cars.
Okay. Anybody else?
Greg.
Greg?
Greg Morse, 167 Tack Factory Pond Drive. This whole project is in the Water Resource Protection District. Are any of these discharge points considered tributaries to the public drinking water supply?
Well, because the entire project is located in the Water Resource Protection District, it's also located within an interim wellhead protection zone and a zone 2, I think. So, that being said, it's all considered to be within that same watershed. Because it's in the watershed, we are held to that standard, and that's what we designed for. So it's a higher level of treatment that's required under the Scituate bylaw, higher even than the state standard, and that's what we used when we designed, one treatment flowing to another to get that level of treatment that's required.
And we'll do that with the engineers and the stormwater runoff and all that, right?
Yeah.
That's right, it'll be reviewed by your consultant.
So, but I guess to your point, Greg,
I'm just wondering if these drains ultimately discharge into the town's reservoir, if these are considered tributary. If they're considered tributary, there are certain restrictions on the types of drainage that can be associated with them.
right.
I guess. And I just want to make sure that really gets looked at. I know you're hiring an engineer to do that, so. I just
Right.
want to
Well,
be aware
good
of
point to be sure that you're not tripped up with that in the end.
Well, right, everything goes to a closed drainage system, so the word tributary kind of infers that it's a stream connection, and it's not. I mean, point we just want to show is that at each of the closed drainage system points, we're exceeding that state standard. And, while the closed drainage systems do discharge into that watershed, the whole site's in the watershed, it's
But
not,
it's just
it's not a
the
tributary.
pipe that leaves the vernal pool, you're saying that pipe goes out to 3A?
Yes, it all ties together. Design points 1 and 2, I think, and even 3, all head south, and that's the portion of the site that's in the watershed for Tack Factory Pond, and that's why it's covered in that Water Resource Protection District.
Anybody else?
On the left.
Yes,
I have a
ma'am.
quick question.
Your name
Joe
and-
Gibbons, and I live at 35 Cedarwood Road. I know you talked about the parking lots that you're going to be building, and I think you said 180 some odd spots. The lighting, will it be on timers, or will it ever go off? Because I have to tell you, I know when they first built the basketball court, Kenny here went to the meeting, and the plan was that the lights were supposed to go off at 9 o'clock. They don't.
So,
And-
can I just,
Sure.
not to cut you short, but we're gonna have a joint meeting with our purview is really the Stormwater and the Wetlands Protection Act and things associated with that. There will be a hearing with the planning board. I'm sure lighting has some environmental concerns, but it's something that's typically discussed with the planning board. And they can show you where the parking area is, and we're trying to make sure that nobody's left out, but we've got a long list of things tonight, so we're trying to kind of hone in on so just 1 second.
Okay.
Maybe, do you want to show where any parking might be closer?
Well, there's new parking lot, the 180 spots in what's largely what's...
My question had more to do with, and I know it's not probably the appropriate time, but the lighting, only because the lighting for the courts is supposed to go up at 9, it doesn't. I would think that's going to illuminate a fair amount of the neighborhood.
Well, maybe you folks can think about that and have an answer.
If I could just give a short answer, and we'll get into detail in the next meeting. All of the lighting that we do here will be, first of all, dark sky compliant, so everything will be dark above the light, and it'll have cutoffs on the back, so it can't leave the property or leave the area that it's trying to light. So you'll get no light spill onto your properties on Cedarwood from this parking lot.
Yeah, we'll have a photometric plan
Right.
at the August 13th. The planning board is asked for that.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to know, will we get the abutters get a notice of that planning board meeting?
Planning board, if they haven't sent them out already, they will be sending them out at least a couple of weeks before
Fine,
that
that's
meeting.
all.
But I'm pretty sure it's going to be August 13th,
All
or
right,
Thursday
thank
night.
This is your notification, August 13th.
Oh, no, don't hold me.
Are we going to continue our meeting to that?
Question?
Yeah, I mean, that was the plan. Maybe we could continue our meeting. If they could start with the stormwater discussion that night, then both boards could hear it.
So we're not going to close our hearing this evening, and what we're going to do is continue it to that date. So there will be a meeting on the 13th of August.
Right,
And we're gonna meet then?
We'll probably do it
And we'll-
That's
ourselves.
not our,
right.
Yeah.
the 5th and the 19th.
No, it'll be a separate meeting.
We'll probably
All
do
right.
it, we'll probably do it someplace else, right?
And
Yeah,
it may
need to be in a
another
larger-
location. You might want to check with our office or the planning board office prior to that, okay?
Thank you.
A bigger venue, yep.
So at that point, we should have the wetland review completed and the stormwater.
Who's doing that for us? Have we?
We have contacted people, we haven't selected anybody, and planning board is looking at their engineers to try to decide who they'd like to have do that too.
Because of the size of the project, we won't review this in-house. We'll hire an engineering firm to review the work, and they'll report back to the commission to look over the work that's been designed for this.
It was that town meeting. Yeah.
So it's a pretty comprehensive check and balance to what these guys have come up with, which is for sure legitimate, but then we go out and hire independent experts to just confirm everything that they've calculated.
Okay? Do you want to add anything this evening?
In your time, I will say no, other than thank you, and
Well, we appreciate it, and I do like to see the pieces that are on here. The fact that you're trying to clean up some of the drainage from other past projects is a good start. Great.
Thank you very much.
So this meeting will be a motion to continue?
Yeah, motion to continue to August 5th to
13th.
13th, rather. To,
August 13th, probably 7, Pat?
I believe they start at 7:30, but they, why don't we say,
So
a,
it's
you
just...
could always say 7, and then you guys could check the website. It could be as late as
Okay,
7:30. They're trying to switch their time to
We like to do
earlier.
it earlier.
okay.
Okay.
So motion to continue to
second
August
that.
13th at 7 PM
Yeah.
Second.
Check the website for the time
and site.
and site.
We have to
Thank you.
vote.
You make the
Vote.
Motion?
Got it.
You made the
Second.
motion, I
Got it.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thanks.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm 99% sure that I made it.
Yeah, I told him, this is your notice, here it is.
But because I remember, were upset they weren't notified
Right.
about the condos. Do you remember that?
No, but I'm wondering if we have a joint meeting, does that, we require it? That'd be
We've already
interesting.
sent out letters.
Oh, yeah, okay.
All right, and now.
So why didn't,
Folks from NOAA? Oh, yeah. Show up. Oh, I got there at 9.
there is,
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, they're here.
We're gonna do the NOAA one next.
Okay. Fair enough. No problem.
Why don't you put it just up on this
We're gonna go Noah.
Yeah. We have so many people here for this, we're gonna do this one.
And then we can do him.
Noah.
Yeah, we'll go back to him. Yeah, we started on 9. You know? His, they have an official.
A couple phone calls.
In now all night.
Yeah, no, I guess, I don't know what, I think that they feel bullied by
No, I realize.
Hi!
Yeah, no, that's all right. We're not.
I don't understand.
I have a full topography, not just the aerial photo, but I did a full.
Oh, they get so drowned
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the Commission.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen,
So this is a continuance from your commission meeting on June 17th, and at the time, you recommended that we come back with a site plan that's been properly surveyed and a stormwater management analysis.
Can you just either ask the crowd to move down or shut the doors?
We don't want to be hot, though.
Sorry.
That's okay. And then it was also suggested that because of the neighbor interest that we meet with the neighbors. A week later, we met with 20 of the neighbors from First Cliff, and they expressed the major concerns. The walkway that what I took away was the flooding and the green space. So we've retained the services of Morse Engineering to do a site plan for us to address the stormwater management issues, and with our input, he's come up with something that we think meets the concerns that have been
Try to
addressed.
talk as loud as you can.
Okay. Yeah, I think that meets.
Unfortunately, that's not a mic.
Oh, it's not. Okay.
Speakers.
Okay. I see the green light, and I figure.
You can hear you on TV somewhere when it comes on, but this.
Okay. Is any of that need to be repeated?
I think we're good.
Okay. So would you like to turn it over to Greg?
Yeah.
Sure. For the record, my name is Gregory Morse. I'm a registered engineer of Morse Engineering. Was hired to help out on this project after the initial application was made.
Greg, why don't you stand up and kind of talk back that way? And then...
So since the initial application was made, since the last hearing, we went out and we did a topographical survey of the property. We also did kind of a revised layout of the parking lot facility. To familiarize you with this plan, Sunset Road is right here. The actual NOAA building, Edward Foster Road, is up off the top of the plan. As you come down Sunset Road, the subject property here at the intersection of Sunset and Henry's Lane. I've attached a couple of pictures here. Looking at the top picture here, what you can see is this area, this lot, has been used by the NOAA facility as a parking area. What they'd like to do with this application is kind of legitimize that parking area, delineate that parking area, and actually make it a parking lot. What you can see is it's dirt surface right now, it's grass surface. There's really no delineation of where parking starts or where it ends. So on the plan, what we've done here is I've shaded it in gray. I've shaded a parking area. This would be 3/4 inch crushed stone. We're not proposing to pave the area. It will remain as a pervious surface. When we went out to the site and in talking with Craig about this, we were talking about drainage on the site. We were talking about some of the abutters' concerns. And so what we tried to do is we tried to design the parking lot so that it maintained the existing drainage pattern, but also provided a little bit better treatment of runoff coming off of the site. I also quantified in the survey the types of wetlands that are out here. There are a couple of different wetland areas we're looking at. We're looking at an isolated vegetated wetland over here at the intersection of Sunset Road and McLean Drive, delineated by Brad Holmes, a professional wetland scientist. We're looking at land subject to coastal storm flowage that I highlighted in orange. Everything below that, to the west of that, to the north of that, this is all land subject to coastal storm flowage, which is designated at elevation 10 on the FEMA maps. We also delineated mean high water associated with Scituate Harbor. Mean high water is highlighted in blue. So what you'll notice is the parking lot area here, we're starting the parking right at the edge of the existing brush line, which is essentially where they're parking at right now. You'll see in the middle picture that there's a pretty well-established brush line. It's lawn surface right up to that. That lawn would be coming out in the parking locations and replaced with crushed stone. We've graded in, I've highlighted them in blue, 2 shallow grass depressions. This one right here, we would be planting salt-tolerant grasses in it. This one over here would be a mowed grass depression. But both of them, and how we've graded this site, water will continue to flow from Sunset Road onto the property, be directed to one of those 2 systems, and the overflow is across our lot or across this portion of our lot into Scituate Harbor. We're not directing flow onto any of the abutting properties with this. As mitigation, we're proposing a Phragmites removal plan at the intersection here. It's 570 square feet of invasives removal. We're proposing a siltation fence along the limit of work between the harbor and the limit of the parking lot. And we're proposing a split rail wood fence around the parking areas. That way. Questions?
I think at the last meeting, we had asked for some salt-tolerant plants along that fence.
Yeah.
I think they had, I'm not showing individual plantings, but I think they have talked about doing plantings along that fence too.
Okay, yeah, because we
Yeah.
we had talked about that
Okay.
at the last meeting.
And we did go to Kennedy's and sought their advice, and they made some recommendations to us.
Okay, that's all. I would like to have that included.
What kind of gate? So there is some kind of gate in the fence, right? So it's a split rail fence, and then it'll be closed or opened according
It would be closed by chain,
chain.
yes. And it would be 2, Greg, maybe you can just point out the 2 access points.
Would that be closed every night?
Well, let's make sure that we don't get too far afield on this.
Yeah,
I mean,
it was just
our
part of the
issues
fence.
are,
Yep,
Yeah,
yep.
wetlands.
The wetlands and the
Right.
drainage, all right?
Yeah.
Richard?
No, actually, my question, well, I wasn't at that meeting, I did see it, and my question was there going to be a planting plan, and he beat me to it.
And we can
Sorry.
ask that one be as part of that.
Yeah.
Lisa?
Planting plan sounds good.
Pat?
Well, this is the first day we're getting the plans and we're just hearing the narrative from Greg. So I think some of the things we had asked for, the improvements have been made. But one of the things the original plan was lacking were like elevations and things like that, and any real topic on stormwater. So I think this is helpful. I think we need to have something written up so that, and DEP also has received the application, they would need to have a narrative of what is done in the revised plan.
Is this triggering stormwater? How many square feet is
It
it?
didn't trigger stormwater
Oh, okay.
because stormwater is 15,000 and
Yeah.
this is, was this 8?
78.
78.
So half.
So what sort of narrative, Pat, would you?
Well, just the things that Greg was just talking about, the plantings and the resource areas that are on there, where the limits of the land subject to coastal storm flowage and those kind of things. They weren't in the original notice, and so it's good to have them on the plan, but it is good to have a narrative that we can use and also to send into DEP. Otherwise, you have to know how to read a plan and figure out what all this is.
At one time, I remember reading something about adding some cobble to that beach.
Yes.
Is that anything that's still being considered, or?
Yeah, so there has been some cobble overwash. The bottom picture here kind of depicts that between the grass where they stop parking between the harbor. This is cobble right now. Some of it has washed onto the grass areas. So we have put a note there that any of the overwash that exists, we would place along the top of that berm.
Okay, but you're not adding any more other than?
Not adding
well-
any more, not importing any more.
Well, no, actually, Greg may have not seen the original app. We would be adding river rock to build it up to the height that the Coastal Zone Management Program had recommended, and to slightly refigure it to prevent the overflow. Well, not prevent, but to mitigate against the overflow.
That would be something, if you were taking the cobble that washed off the top and put it back,
Yeah.
it's one thing. To bring in new cobble, river rock, something like that, you really would need a coastal person to say how it should be done, what size.
Okay.
Making sure the material is correct, so, I mean, it
Okay.
may be possible to do under this, because you did have it in the original notice, but there would need to be somebody with coastal experience.
Okay, so that wouldn't be necessary to replace the existing cobble that had the overwash?
I think what Pat's saying, to take some of the existing and just push it back
That's
is
okay.
reasonable.
Okay.
To add more material would require more information.
Well, I think we just go with putting the overwash back on and
Was there a
just see how
purpose for
that...
adding?
Well, CZM had just, we hadn't even thought of this until they
A
recommended
lot of
it.
scientists there with some input.
Yeah. I think we have too many. Every time we speak to another one, it seems like a great idea, but no, then perhaps in part of the narrative, we just explain that we're just going to replace the overflow on the berm.
Okay. Right. Anything else? In the audience? Yes, sir. So just you want to state your name and address?
Yeah.
Mr. White?
Oh, hi. Tim White, 181 Edgeworth Boston Road. How are you? So, if I had an opportunity to review the original NOI, but not this information that's come in this evening. And we had a couple of questions on the original NOI that was put in place. First of all, we noticed that the abutters weren't notified. Only two abutters, Marabitos and Jenkins, were notified, not the McDonald's and the Yee. I'm wondering if there's a procedural issue there.
That's something we'd have to check. We'd have to check with the abutters list. It's up to the applicant to go to get the abutters list and to send out to the abutters. If there was abutters within 100 feet of any part of this piece of work, they should have received notification. We'll have to look into that.
Yeah, did we say that there were only two last time?
Yeah, I think you went, where'd you get the list? From the assessor's office?
No, actually, we didn't, and actually, I'm not quite sure where we got it. Ben Haskell, who submitted the application on our behalf, is on leave. We did, though, at the neighborhood meeting, they'd indicated that the Yees needed to be contacted, and we've done that. Then this evening, when I went with Greg to the maps, the McDonald's appeared that we also need to do them. So that's outstanding.
Well, that could be a procedural issue for you, and so you want to make sure that you address that and that they have that information.
I may need to speak with legal counsel, town council, on that if the hearing's open, and we're doing that now, so.
Okay.
So we're not going to close.
Okay.
So,
Mr. White?
in the original NOI, I saw, I noticed that there was no wetland delineation done on the site. Is that germane?
I can comment on that. Originally, it was all in land subject to coastal storm flowage, so we just identified that from the firm map. But since then, there's an isolated wetland across the street, and that was flagged for tonight. But you're correct, if that hadn't been flagged for tonight, that would be something that would still be outstanding.
But there appears to be wetlands on the lot itself.
Where the parking area is, it's flood zone. I mean, it's flood zone, it wasn't identified as wetland vegetation, but it was in, flood zone is a resource area.
Right, well, wouldn't it be the burden of evidence be on the applicant to establish where the wetlands are with a professional wetlands engineer?
Right, and he was out there last week.
So
There is a line from Brad Holmes, isn't there?
Right, right.
That's the adjacent lot. Was this, I guess I'm confused. This lot was actually?
Well, he was out there to look at this lot, and he identified a wetland nearby, which would have a buffer onto this lot. So he's required to identify any wetland areas out there.
So
even
he
if
went
it's
out
not-
to delineate he delineated the adjacent lot as part of this procedure?
Yeah, because it created a buffer onto this.
So it's been determined that there are no wetlands on this lot, either hydrostatic or hydric?
Yeah.
Soils?
I mean, there's wetlands on there, but it's the saltwater flowage from the storm, but apparently he did not identify wetland vegetation on the lot itself. He notified
So we
me
can,
and stuff.
I mean, we have pictures of wetland vegetation on the lot.
No, no.
So there hasn't been a wetland delineation redone on the lot, and we don't think it's required?
I think there is a wetland delineation done.
We had a professional,
Vegetated wetland line.
We didn't, they did.
yeah.
The majority of the wetlands here are based off of topography with respect to sea level. That's how we established mean high water, that's how we established land subject to coastal storm flowage. The only vegetated wetland that Brad identified was across the street, the isolated vegetated wetland.
Your question is whether or not there's any wetlands
Correct.
on that
the
site
lot.
itself.
Correct. And it would seem to me that it would be a germane point.
Sure. Might be something you want to get us
Have
to.
him-
Is there any reason not to do it?
Well, we can ask him.
He was out there, I can ask that he put a report together for it.
That'd be fine.
So acknowledging that your purview is just environmental, I think it's important to note that because NOAA is part of the federal government, they will be exempt from any other review by the town. There'll be no planning or building. So this will be the only...
Is that a fact?
It is, I think.
It is, you think?
Well, it's our assumption.
Okay.
That's a better way to put it.
Great.
So it's important, I think, to know that essentially, potentially, Concom approval of the lot will be the only town review. And it's curious to me how the formally establishing a use of a parking facility inside the 100-foot buffer zone, even though it's currently an inappropriate, in our opinion, non-conforming use, right, is appropriate at all. So it is through our meetings and in our reading the NOI, the goal here originally was to park 23 cars in the original NOI in a flood zone for use by not only NOAA, but the environmental police for storage of boats and trailers. We don't have any, there's no pollution control, gas traps. And this is all within 20 feet of the high water mark?
Again, I think what we want to look at...
And it's strictly on an environmental standpoint.
Right.
Right.
Right now, you have an area used for parking. This is how I would view it. There's an area that's used for parking that's unimproved. And they're looking to improve that site, and they've made application, which is either their right or they're doing it as a courtesy.
Correct.
So we want to look at that and see whether it's in compliance with those rules and regulations.
Right. So I guess the overriding question is, why is public parking there an appropriate use to start with, within the 100-foot buffer zone?
I think one clarification here is it's not public parking. It's parking for the scientists and the staff at the sanctuary. Essentially, no employees, contractors, and collaborating scientists. It's not for the public.
Well, that wasn't what the NOI said. The NOI stated that it would be there for their use and use for public to get to the walkway, the proposed conservation walkway.
Yeah, but that's not public parking.
We don't even have a walk.
No.
I'm only stating what's said in the NOI.
Okay. All right.
And the fact is that, I mean, you can call it public or commercial or institutional parking, but it is not residential parking in the residential zone. From an environmental standpoint. So you're proposing to put a quasi-public commercial parking lot within the buffer zone in a residential neighborhood. And it would seem to me that the burden on the applicant would be to show how, in fact, that doesn't affect the wetlands and the resource zone. I mean, it's well within the resource zone.
I think that, go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I was just going to say, when we receive a notice of intent, it's not always granted that they get what they want. So that's what these public hearings are for. So the first hearing, there was a lot of, surprise that it was going to be that many spots, and is stormwater going to be managed, and wetlands been identified. So they took another step, and they've identified the wetland vegetation. And the way the wetland vegetation works, if it's less than 50% wetland plants, it's not considered wetlands. I mean, so...
Well, there are other criteria, right?
Right, but it's...
Still the disturbed is
Right.
So a coring plan, for example, would show...
Right, but it was already identified as a wetland resource area with land subject to coastal zone flows. But the other part of that is, it was identified as a parking area back around 2008, and it was parking then, and then coastal zone management came in and spoke to NOAA about what an appropriate material would be for the lot. And they talked about graveling. So there's a history of it being a parking area. So when it comes to us, we're not saying, we wouldn't allow someone to create a brand new thing in a resource area if it hadn't existed and there hadn't been, open discussions and it was part of this other building. So, but now it's to make it in a way that fits the site and doesn't do environmental damage. I think that's what the commission's trying to do.
We'll get there. Hold on.
Well, how do we, I guess with so there was a report from coastal zone management?
There were past meetings with Rebecca Haney. It goes back a way when, probably 2008 maybe, or 2010?
Yeah, there's a 2008 letter.
Part of the public filing?
8.
Oh, yeah, they filed with Conservation several years ago on this. And it was recommended that if the grassed area didn't work, then some other pervious gravel kind of material would be appropriate. So
it was a previous order of conditions issued?
I'm not sure. I just know that it was a public hearing. Was it, I don't know if you recall whether it was issued and it just never followed through at that point?
I'm sorry, I don't know what's being issued?
It was a filing with Conservation that coastal zone management got involved in. And I don't know if they issued an order or if it was a recommendation that you
No,
could...
it was the opinion. It's the letter, 2008 letter from Rebecca we filed as part of the NOI. So you should have it. And in there, she was the one who was recommending addressing the berm issue. And she also indicated that if grass doesn't work for you, you might consider putting crushed stone down. So it hasn't worked for us. We still have continued flooding problems there. And quite honestly, what this is going to do is essentially addresses the recommendations that she made, and it is going to, I think, address the flooding issues that one of the abutters has. I mean, we can leave it grass and continue to use it, or we can, try and improve the drainage issue and make it a more serviceable asset.
And we do, in many areas, Hammerock, there's multiple areas that we allow parking in those areas. People have them all the time. What we encourage folks to do is remove impervious old asphalt, other places, to have a parking or a surface more like the one that they're proposing as opposed to a paved area. But there's lots of parking areas in that resource area.
So I assume those are probably residential parking in a residential area.
I think there's a variety of them.
Can I clarify a point just for a second? Greg, you were going to speak to the planning and zoning as if they had regulatory.
Yes, I met with Laura Harbottle, the town planner, today to ask her if there were any filing requirements on this. There are no filing requirements with the planning board for this application. A parking lot isn't allowed use in the residential zoning district. It's not prohibited in the zoning bylaws of the town of Scituate.
Paul?
Yes, thank you, sir. My name is Paul Marinito. I'm a director butter at the end of Henry Lane. I own 4 houses in this area here. This is a much better plan than what you had before, and thank you for that. But one of the questions I have for Craig is, on this stormwater basin here, if that were a surcharge, where would the water go? I can't tell because the pad goes from around here.
As that basin fills up, what it'll do is it'll run through the cobblestone berm out to the harbor. That whole area certainly will flood during a storm event. It's all below the 100-year floodplain. We've seen pictures, we know that it floods. But that area there, as that thing fills up above elevation 8.4, it'll start to spill through the berm into the harbor.
Well, my concern is, if this fills up to a certain point, is it going to come out on the Henry's Lane and into the house lot? Another question I have is, I'm showing access to the parking lot off of Henry Lane. Henry Lane serves 5 houses. This one here for Mr. Jenkins and Mike Ford. This is very narrow. It's only one lane, one way. What I'm looking at is, why can't this entrance be closed up? Because these cars could pull in here and back out here and come out this way. These cars have plenty of room to back out and go in this direction here. I think that's going to interfere with the cars coming out of their driveway as well as the cars coming out of my property, because there's 4 residents there. And I think 5 or 6 cars. I think this is going to create a problem. I don't know why you couldn't close this up to just come in from Sunset Road.
We're going to give it a little bit of leeway, Paul, but again, that's not necessarily the commission's purview. Anything else with regard to drainage or plantings or anything? Okay.
So, Frank, is the issue of pollution control in the Concom's purview? You'll have potentially now 15 cars there parked overnight in a flood zone. So what happens in an event? My understanding from the original meeting that there's also the environmental police function, which has a storage function. They store both gas, fuel, grease. So how are those planned to be addressed?
You guys want to?
Yeah, I think there's some really misunderstanding of this term of storage. This is an occasional parking facility. I've got 3 photos from the bird tagging cruise that we did last week where 8 cars were down there. Some of these are Greg's. This is very episodic. We're not having 15 cars parked there every day of the week. This is overflow parking, or it's for parking for the scientific missions. And as far as boat storage, we don't store boats out there, and there will be the occasional time when we have to park a trailer there because we have a boat from a collaborating institute out with our research boat. But this is not like a commercial site where they're parked all of the time.
And you're not fueling here?
No, we're not. And we have to follow very strict guidelines on how we deal with fuel as a NOAA facility. So that's not the case. In fact, the Coast Guard used to have a small shed right near on the border that they used to do fueling for small boats, and we've removed it.
Gentleman over here, you've had your hand up a couple of times. Do you want to?
My name is Nick Donacio of 16 Roberts Drive. I had 2 points I wanted to make. One was, when this gentleman was talking about the 2008 memo or letter. Now, I don't know, the last meeting that I went to, that you had at the NOAA building, I thought I understood that this property was recently acquired.
It was required in, was it 2011 or 2009? I can't remember. It was subsequent to the 2008 letter.
Yes.
And we did not want to buy this land if we could not use it for the purpose that we had been using it.
So, but you were never parking on the space that you just acquired.
Well, we have been. We sought permission from the McDonald's.
Back in 2008.
Actually, that began...
Can't talk over. You ask a question, let him answer it.
Yeah, we've been parking there since 2000 when I came on board, and even before that, when the sanctuary moved its offices from Plymouth to the site, which was in, I think, 1998. That has been used by us. It was also used, so it's been used for us for 20 years.
On all of the land, even the land you recently acquired?
The same land. One of the reasons we bought it was that it was up for sale, and we wanted to be able to retain that use.
Thank you. And then my other question that I had, I'm looking at the letter that was here.
I'll get it for you.
Saying why we don't, or why this wouldn't apply to the stormwater management bylaw. And number 4 says it would not propose a facility classified as a land use with higher potential pollutant loads. I would just say 15 cars parked there, or any vehicles parked there. Me would say there's an increased pollutant load, but I don't know how you define that in your terms and in the bylaw. So that would only be my...
I just have a comment on that, is that that's a pretty strict definition in the DEP wetland stormwater management book. And it's, gas stations, cleaners, and things like that. There's certain things that are considered higher pollutant loads. This, getting back to Mr. White said, there is potential that if cars are there and it's not carefully taken care of, you could have pollutants. What we do is, because it didn't trigger the stormwater bylaw, we can put conditions in the order of conditions about no fueling up down there, no storing trucks that aren't working, cars that aren't working, old trucks, anything leaking had to be removed, and you have to remove the soils. There are conditions that we can put in there, and bringing it up will trigger us to really look into how we should protect that from pollutants. That's multiple good points, so.
Yes, ma'am.
Regina Damasio at 16 Marvis Drive. My concern is that we had talked about adding to the existing NOAA building and providing housing for 12 additional people, and this being parking as part of that, greater use and expansion of the facility. So I know what was just stated was it continued the use that we've had up to this point, but there was that discussion at the meeting. So you're aware of that.
Your question is, should this be,
My question is, are you aware of that, this being a step in the direction of expanding the use of that building and providing housing and parking for additional people on that site? That this would be a step in that direction?
Well,
Which changes the use, occasional parking versus housing, and parking for housing changes the use.
Well, I think what we have to address again is the changes that they want to make to the site and the parking, how they use their building, unless it triggers some other wetlands issue, is sort of outside of our purview.
I agree, but I heard something different tonight than was proposed to the neighbors, in that it was occasional parking, as has been currently being used. And we heard that it would be part of a bigger plan to expand the building for housing and provide parking for those people. Just so you're aware.
That was at your informal meeting?
Yes, but it's part of that use in the bigger picture of that site that affects the environmental concerns that we have.
It's also listed.
Let him answer.
Yeah, what I was doing was giving the overview of what the long-term planning for the site might entail. And the parking area could be an end of itself. We have a boathouse which we want to renovate into a more functional marine operations center. But we see that as a separate project, whether we get the funding for that. If we do, we still have to do an environmental assessment. We have to go through NEPA. There's a lot of provisions where public can provide input. The 15 spots that you see there, we have a research vessel that can take out 12 scientists and a crew of 2, sometimes 3, if they're overnight missions, 15 people, okay? We would be looking at, like we've had 3, this bird tagging mission is a good example. It's 3 days in a row. We have 8 cars down there every day. They have to go back and forth. If we're able to bunk that complement of scientists in the boathouse, the cars could stay there for the 3 days, and then they're gone. So again, it's the itinerant use dependent upon, not the itinerant, it's the occasional use depending on the scientific missions that we have and whether there's a need for anybody to stay overnight. And this is precipitated because we no longer have access to a large oceanographic vessel where we can actually berth that 12 or 13 people, or 15 people at sea on a larger vessel for that amount of time. So, again, we didn't couple the 2 projects into one. We feel that this is of the immediate need. We have the funding for this. If we have to come back to the commission for this, for a second phase, we will.
Anybody else? Yes, sir.
Lance Hoffman, 29 Circuit Avenue. At the information meeting that Noah provided to the neighbors, one of the things that they were proposing with the parking lot was to take up 9 inches of soil and put down river rock, something like that. And I'm just wondering if that's environmentally sound in what is potentially a wetlands area and what is definitely a resource area within 100 feet of the buffer.
Greg, or?
Sure. What we're proposing is a crushed stone surface. So what we would do is we'd go in, and Mr. Hoffman is correct, we would remove the loam from the areas where the crushed stone is proposed, so that way we don't have organics under a parking lot. We'd remove loam, which is typically, 6 to 9 inches thick, and then we would bring in gravel and crushed stone to bring it up to the grades.
So do you have a?
I did not provide a cross-section of the parking lot. The grades, essentially, they're real close to what was there. It mimics the grading that was there. It's coming up a couple of inches on the northern side. It's going down a couple of inches on the western side. But I could certainly provide a cross-section if you need one.
So this material is going to be something that's more pervious than a packed loam or something like that?
It is. It's more pervious, and it provides a better, compressive strength under tires or anything like that.
Greg, is that similar to what the town uses for beach parking lot areas, or?
Yeah, exactly. You bring, what the town uses is they use crusher run. So we would probably use crusher run, 4 inches or 6 inches of that just to get the base, and then we'd bring in about 4 inches of crushed stone for the top, is what you would see.
Does that answer your question?
Well, not really, because I understood what they were going to do. My question to the board is that environmentally a sound posture?
I guess I would look at it and look at the existing condition now with the ground torn up and being muddy and having the potential for silt and other things to wash into the harbor versus a surface that is appropriate to have cars parked on it. My layman's view of that would be that this would be a more environmentally sound piece with crushed stone on top of it, as opposed to every time you have an area that's torn up, dug up with tires and things like that, and then it rains, you have the potential for that loose material to wash into a resource area. So if that, and I guess that's my view of improving this, if it's currently being used as an informal parking area that's already disturbed, would it be, at the end, a better solution to have the proper material being placed on it is one of the considerations I think the board would take in when we look at this.
Would pictures of the existing conditions persist? Because actually it's not torn up area. There is an area that leads to the boathouse that has vehicular traffic. The rest of it is essentially green space.
Well, I was there yesterday, and I can see where there's areas where cars have been parking repeatedly, and see areas that are really dug up or whatever. I mean, there is grass and weeds growing there, but to me, it looks like it's also disturbed. Yes, sir.
Steve Hartlaub, Sunset Road.
I'm sorry, could you say your name?
Stephen Hartlaub, Sunset Road.
Yeah.
On the plan, I have a couple of questions. I'd like to know what the siltation fence actually is. It's on the harbor side of the parking area. And the other question is, there's a dashed red line that's semicircular that looks like it delineates an offset from the wetlands region, and it overlaps part of the parking area. What's the significance of that?
Greg, sure.
A silt fence is it's a woven fence. It's typically about 3 feet high, and you take stakes, wooden stakes, and you staple this fencing to the wooden stakes. You put the wooden stakes along your limit of work, and it essentially acts as a visual barrier for the contractor to know where his limit of work is. It also acts as a sedimentation barrier. The fence extends to the ground surface. So that area, once the loam's removed, once material's going down, if there was a rainfall event or anything like that, sediment wouldn't be washing into the harbor. It would be trapped by this siltation fence.
And that's temporary. That would be there during the construction project and until everything's been established, and then it gets removed.
The red line that you see, you are correct, that's the 50-foot offset shown to the isolated vegetated wetland.
You want to point that out a little
Sure.
bit more, Kirk?
50-foot offset runs like this.
But then we have mediation for that too. But they're mediating.
So what's the significance of that?
Yeah, because
Yeah.
they're gonna do the plantings.
50-foot buffer is typically a no disturbance zone. You're supposed to retain the vegetation within the 50-foot buffer. In this scenario, almost the entire 50-foot buffer has been developed at this location. The vegetation that exists on site within it is Phragmites, which is an invasive species we're proposing to remove and replace with native salt-tolerant grasses.
And sometimes what happens is that if we see something happening inside that 50, we will ask the applicants for some mediation. Okay, if this is, something that's happening over here, what can you give us over here to make the scenario a little bit better? And the applicants have suggested some of the mediation on the other parts of the land that are going to improve the general wetlands area of that particular spot.
Why is it the 50-foot, not the 100-foot that's in play there after the amendment to the bylaw?
50 would be the no-touch, and then 50 to 100, you still have to file, but you're allowed to construct something. The first 50, we wouldn't be allowing swimming pool, sheds, garages, things like that. Well, it's already disturbed. It's previously disturbed, and you're not making it you're not making it impervious.
Pat, can I?
The state just says you can't work in the wetland, but the whole thing is flood zone, so it's all a resource area.
Can I ask you a question? Am I missing something? Or they could continue to park there as it is, and we can't do anything about it? I mean, they are using it as a parking lot. So, from what I can gather, they could just continue using it as is, but by coming in, they are improving a situation that is going to happen. They're going to park there by putting the gravel, so we have some drainage. They're giving us a fence, they're giving us some plantings, they're getting rid of some Phragmites.
Right, there is an opportunity to make improvements, and I think the questions that are being brought up will make sure we're looking at everything.
Yeah,
the fact that it's not being reviewed by other boards this is the one shot that people have to look at this.
But whether or not we accept these improvements, they could still park there just in the mud.
Yeah, I mean, who knows what the history way back was, but there's a building that's beyond this area.
Yeah, I
and
know.
So.
Well, that's what
It's been
I'm
parked
saying,
on,
so
but-
I'm looking at it, this is to me, it's a win situation that you're going to improve where you're gonna park anyways, whether I like it or anybody likes it, you're gonna park there. Okay, you're gonna use it. So it is going to be an improvement instead of just when the rain season is here, a mud pit, and you're gonna put up a fence, you're gonna put up this, you're gonna do some plantings.
My understanding, oh, yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Oh, go ahead.
No, well, my understanding, in 2009, when they bought the property, there were no restrictions placed on the property.
I wasn't around.
That's what Ben said
That's
anyway,
There
right?
weren't any. And-
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah, no, go ahead.
With all due respect, it may be an improvement to the parking area, but it's not considered, I don't believe, an improvement by the neighborhood.
I understand that.
And I know this is not your purview, but the environmental police are coming in with another 12 cars, maybe not all at the same time, and you've got the scientists coming in.
But I can't stop them from
I
going
I
there.
understand that, but as somebody pointed out, this is the one shot that the neighborhood has to try and do something. And further on down the road, if they do make the boathouse into a dormitory, we're going to be looking at a sewer line coming across the wetlands and the resource area.
Well, that would trigger, zoning and Board of Health. This part is only in our purview, but if they were going to do something in the other building, then they'd get into zoning, planning, Board of Health, all of those people would need to get involved and would all solicit your input.
Yes, sir.
Peter Gately, 27th Circuit. Would they have to come to you when they try to turn this boathouse into a dormitory? It's on the water.
Well,
Right, the sewer line would, if there was a sewer line, because that would be in the resource area. If somebody had a structure and was changing the use, and it wasn't a change of footprint, they wouldn't have to come to us.
In terms of the bathroom over the harbor?
Chapter 91 would be triggered by that, Chapter 91 waterways, DEP, and then Board of Health would probably get involved if there's going to be toilet facilities and things like that.
I could be wrong, but I think right now there's a sewer manhole right at almost at the ramp as you come off
There is.
from the boathouse now.
I think it's at Henry and Sunset, isn't it?
It's actually
But I
higher
think
than
it's
that.
actually further towards the
Correct.
boathouse.
I think you do, yeah. Where is my...
Yes, sir.
Right here.
Can I just get back to the point you were talking about?
Isn't
Looking at this as
isn't this the sewer line?
What's there?
Goes right there.
What's there right now is primarily grass, and a handful of cars will park on the grass area. The improvement that we don't believe is an improvement is an expansion to making this a full parking lot for up to 15 vehicles at any time. We don't consider it an improvement to an existing use, because it's like it was a nice piece of property that people now just started driving their cars on to park on. A handful on an occasion. That's all going to change with this approval from you. That's what we don't consider an improvement to the property or improvement to the conditions. You said it exactly. We should be thinking it's an improvement because they're making it a better parking lot. But it's not really a parking lot. It's a piece of property that they started to park on, which is different for us in the neighborhood. That's the consideration.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm gonna have to line this up at some point because we have
Question. The 209 conversation that keeps coming up, so was there an RDA filed or an NOI, or how did this?
I don't know.
So to request to park in the resource zone and determine whether it was appropriate or not, you'd have one of two ways to do that, right? An RDA or an NOI? And was either one filed? And if they weren't, how is it even pertinent to this conversation?
I don't know the answer to
Yeah. I mean, some of the things go back before the Wetland Act too. I mean, this building was certainly there back probably in the 70s, so, but,
But it was not a NOAA property in the 70s.
right, but there
But it
was a building
Coast Guard
there.
station.
It's the Coast Guard.
No,
Still in-
McDonald's farm. McDonald owned up to.
I think what Pat's saying is that the Coast Guard station was there, and there's been activity in that location for as long as the Coast Guard's been there. And to some degree, I think part of that discussion was whether this property was used for some of those activities that go back a ways. And I think that was part of that discussion, and we should probably pull more of that information out, just to see what they have.
Yeah, there's a lot of old, before GIS, there's mapping that would show the area back in time.
I mean, we've studied this piece of property, the McDonald property, a lot of different ways with a lot of different filings, and
All of which failed, correct?
for houses. Anybody else? So, we want to continue this to get,
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things. I can certainly look into if we have anything in the past on a filing for parking there. You know, there may be something, it may go back before that time, we could get that information. And we should talk with town council about abutter notifications if the McDonald's are in a butter and did not receive notice. We'll find out what that means.
And I would also, I made a note on Paul's request, I saw you make a note too, but I would want to see his request answered in some way about the drainage to the north.
So you need a motion to,
so we're going to look at, you're going to look at the drainage piece. We're going to take a look at prior meetings, see if we can dig up anything. And then that about a notification piece. Okay.
So I'll make a
And
note.
the wetlands engineer's report.
Yeah,
Brad Holmes, yeah.
Okay.
Should we just continue to the 5th?
Can we do that in 2 weeks?
Yes, certainly.
Okay, I make a motion, we continue into sunset to 6:30 on August 5th.
So the meeting's going to be continued to August 6th at 6.
5th.
Fifth.
August 5th at 6:30.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Carol, I'm away that day. I'll be in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Don't call. I think because we've had more women than everybody else in the hood.
Probably still That's all right, we just follow his lead.
I have to go to the restroom.
Hurry, let's get a lot done before she comes back.
Was anything ever filed? That's a good point to bring up. So-
Greg, can you grab your,
Okay.
Just sketch.
Well, Sean was supposed to be first and got bumped by the school thing, so then Surfside.
You want to just throw me in my board? Yeah. Go for it.
Surfside in 5 minutes or so. Okay. How you doing, Sean? Good. Hi, oh, thanks.
what's that?
Architectural.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you.
Says what?
Oh, that's great.
That's true. Thanks. I should have done my makeup.
Hey. Oh, yeah, I remember. How's that working?
Yes, yep.
You've also got a
Thank you.
Wow.
guys need a minute?
No, I think we're good.
Okay. That's all right.
That's all right, we can get more done without her here. What?
It's not nice,
Did you give one to Marcia?
Frank, one thing I could just say first was the last time Sean was in, there was discussion with the zoning board of appeals on what steps should be taken first. Zoning has decided that...
Folks, we're gonna start now, so if you want to shut that door there, please, and sir, thank you.
So zoning decided that he should have permits in place before coming back to them. So we asked Sean to make a few revisions. There were a couple of things we asked him, so he's done a few things and he's gonna discuss them.
Okay.
Okay, so it was December when I was in here before, so.
And your name again?
Sean Stewart, 36 Lothrop Avenue in Milton. So this is 160 Chief Justice Cushing Highway we're here to talk about. When we were in December, what we came in to ask was we wanted to put 8 sonotubes into the 50-foot buffer to support a deck, the 50-foot buffer off the wetlands. And at the same time, the property has been disrupted substantially in a couple spots over the years, so we were going to restore those areas. So we were going to restore 775 square feet of area in the buffer. So this is 3A, Chief Justice Cushing Highway. This is the driveway that comes in and becomes a cart path. It's a photo montage. It doesn't really curve like that. That's the camera. Sorry about that. And so there's really 3 areas that we're proposing to restore. There's this one right here, and you can see the marsh, and you can see the edge of the wetland running right along it. So this area here is about 20 feet deep. And at some point in the past, the previous occupier put crushed stone into this area. And I'll show you the plan in a second too. But so that's the main area that we want to discuss. Restoring. Also in the buffer is this shed. And so we want to remove the shed and we want to restore the area around it. And then at the end, so actually right there, at the end where the cart path continues across the property line, there's a chain there. We want to restore this end spot here. We need to make it so that it can be driven on. So since we were here in December, we did get a special permit from zoning. We've also gotten our septic permit taken care of. And so when we talked about this, you asked me to do a couple of things. You asked me to come back and tell you what we would plant in the areas we were going to restore. And you asked me to document the existing, the utilities, which are existing, and the new ones that we're going to go underground through. There's a utility easement there. So I gave Pat stamped engineering plans that document the utility locations. They're on here as well. And so the rest of it is really about the 3 areas we're going to restore. So this area right here is this area here on the map, on the plan. And if you look at what exists here, the concept for the restoration is to not turn this into an English garden or anything like that. It's to try and make it appear as it did before, make it blend. So the area is primarily, it's anchored by a couple of swamp roses at either end. There's quite a bit of high tide bush in there, and then there's switchgrass growing in there. There's a little bit of Phragmites starting that we want to get ahead of. We want to deal with that before it starts to take over the area. So in this planting plan here, we're showing sort of a random pattern of the high tide bushes and the switchgrass to sort of replicate and blend with what's existing there. And also because there's a swamp rose here at either end, and we're right about in the middle, we'll put another one into that spot there. So trying to make this north edge of the drive, which is the fringe between the wetland and the driveway, basically look as if it was the edge of a marsh that it's always been. The other area that we're talking about here is the one at the edge of the cart path where the chain is. There's a family that owns an island and they have the right to access through here. The chain doesn't belong to us, it's actually on the next piece of property over, but they have the right to come through. So as much as I would like to completely restore this so that it looks just like what we're proposing here, it can't because vehicles have to go through there. So I'm proposing a permeable barrier, a permeable paver grid system that we would lay into the area and then plant with grass and keep maintained so you can drive across it, but it's completely permeable and the water flows through it like a green parking lot would have. And then the third piece is just the shed here. It's in the 50-foot buffer, as you can see, and really no good reason to keep that. So we're going to take that down, and this area hasn't been maintained in several years. So there's quite a bit of bittersweet and other vines starting to grow into that area. So we basically want to clean it up and turn that into part of the yard and make it a basic just patch of green. So that's really what we were here to present to you tonight. And as I said, as Pat said, we have to get through this hurdle and then we can apply for our building permit. And Neil's, that's the instruction that he gave me. So.
Penny?
No, I'm thrilled with what you're presenting.
Thank you.
This is impressive. I need to kind of frame a reference here, though. So the perimeter of the existing footprint is going to be different because you are putting on a new porch. So the porch will be larger, so the footprint is expanding.
Yes, we got a special permit. There's an existing house that had fire.
Right.
And so what we got permission to do was push the house 2 feet this way and 2 feet that way.
Okay.
And put a deck out on that wraps around. The views are out there and, you gotta build a deck there.
So the deck is on pilings and off the surface, okay.
Exactly, and part of it, and so it's really, there's a good 9 feet clear between the ground and the underside of the deck. It's not close to the ground, there's a lot of airspace and light space, and only a corner of the deck actually is crossing into the buffer.
Into the 50?
Yeah, into the 50, yes.
Aren't you going to park under the house?
We're gonna park underneath the house, so we would drive under that deck into the garage, yeah.
Right, yeah.
The existing basement that's there now is what we'll use for the garage, yeah.
Well, I think with the other changes.
Okay.
Richard?
Oh, thank you for doing what we asked you to do.
My pleasure, thank you.
Everybody does. Lisa?
I was reading the old notes and everything we talked about has been done.
Have it?
Terrific.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. We had 3 things to have Sean cover, and he covered them, so.
Sean, are you going to reuse the foundation from the existing house?
We are, but we're going to add to it. We've got a, right now, the grade right here, and where the ground meets the house is about 10, and this is an AE 10 zone. So we're actually going to, the floor of the garage is going to be a little bit above 10. The floor of the house will be up at about 21. So we're, who knows what's going to happen with the maps in future years. So in order to get a car in there and be safe and then have enough room to stay ahead of the FEMA map.
So that's not a flood, that's not a flood zone, eh?
It is a flood zone.
Oh.
Yeah, it is a flood zone.
There was an existing home that was there.
Yeah, I've seen it, yep.
But I'll tell you, I've been down there for every major high tide and through the storms in the fall and in the winter, and the water hasn't come into yours.
Yeah, how far is it away from the river? It's only...
About 300 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
You just have to
incredible
decide
spot.
ahead of time if you're going to stay or go.
That's what I'm told. That's the advice, so. We in fact went down, our abutter Marcia is here, and we went down in January to one of the storms to check the place out, and we ended up having to shovel her out.
Can we close?
Did you know, when you were looking at, this is an aside a little bit, the road that goes on for those folks to access
the cart path.
The cart path.
Yeah.
We looked at that, the commission had been working at putting some sort of a bridge across the Herringbrook.
Yeah.
So that there could be a walking path along the old railroad bed.
Yeah.
And it was my understanding that that is also a right-of-way to maintain that railroad track. Did you want to cover any of that?
Yeah, research has been done, and I've got the writing that apparently there have been disputes over it in the past. So what I've read and what's been produced, it's not my research, but it says that the cart path is for people who have business on the river, or business with the railroad is what another one says. And since the railroad's gone, the interpretation is that there's no business with the railroad. So it'd be people who have business with the river. And that's part of why I think this other family has the right to go through, is because they need to land their boat to get to the island.
Right.
So you know, we're not trying to dispute that. But I'm a professor at Wentworth Institute of Technology, and if you want to build a bridge, I got a bunch of engineering students. So.
Well, I think that part of the building that bridge might have to be to try to get access to that side.
Well, I think access to the railroad bed from the other side, I think that's fantastic.
I mean, we can come down the railroad bed from like South Shore Auto Parts or Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah, but you can only get so far right now.
And then,
yeah. So building a bridge across there, I think that's a spectacular
I think
idea.
what Frank's asking, could we, if that does happen, I have my fingers crossed in the near future, we might ask for the town access on your side while it's being built.
Well, I don't own the property yet, so, you know, anything goes right now. So I have no objection to discussing it. I mean, we know there are people that go through there. I understand that the cart path exists, and it's, you know, if that's what it takes to, I would assume if there's a bridge there, there would be less people trying to come through this property.
Oh, yeah.
So that's a good thing, right?
It's a beautiful spot.
It's incredible.
The town acquired the whole railroad bed.
Yeah.
And so for folks in the town to utilize something that they own. A bridge across there would be really.
I agree 100% with that. I think that would be great.
Take you up on your engineering.
That's fine. We'll see what we can do.
You might be
Okay, so
sorry.
we're gonna close?
I think we can close this.
I make a motion to close.
Second. Was there anybody in the audience that wanted to speak to this?
That's great.
You still want to go even with the neighbors that are there?
Well, it's the neighbors. The good part, it was the traffic getting down here tonight that was making us rethink the whole thing.
Yeah, but once you hear.
Yeah, that's right.
So we have a motion to close. We have a second.
Yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great. Good luck.
Thank you,
Great,
Sean.
thank you very much.
We'd have our orders in 2 weeks, August 5th.
Yeah,
Okay.
what a
They'll
great
vote on the
job.
orders.
Okay.
And then,
At
Impressive
the next
plans.
meeting.
yep,
Okay.
and they'll vote yes or no on the project, but I think,
Oh, yes.
yeah,
Okay.
you know, they'd like to look at the conditions before they vote.
All right. Thanks.
All right, John, good luck,
night.
good luck. Nice meeting you.
Right, period
Venti,
from the complete
Vaughn,
file
Walker,
is
Yeah.
Thomas. Are we doing all these
gone
together,
by.
Frank?
There's 5 on 1, yep.
Yeah.
This,
Oh, so we got the clearance to do that.
Good, you know, this is the best, maybe Milton look good, this is the best.
Are you doing this, Frank? Yep. On July 15, 2015, 6:45 PM, the Town Hall Situate Conservation Commission will hold a wetlands hearing under Chapter 131, Section 40 of the Massachusetts General Laws and Section 30700, Town of Situate Code of Bylaws regarding the applications of Annie Clancy Venti, Michael and Heather Vaughn, Catherine Walker, Paul Kerner, Margie and Thomas McShane, to maintain revetment on properties located at 47, 49, 51, 53, and 55 Surfside Road, Scituate. Abutters and other interested parties are invited to attend.
Had one name wrong. Paul, it's Nair. I don't know who Turner is. Paula Nair.
Nair, I'm sorry.
No Turner.
Here's where they went.
Good evening. As I stated, I'm here representing the properties 47, 49, 51, 53, and 55 Surfside Road. This is a preventative maintenance project really to protect the seawall at these properties. I see up there we have new seawalls proposed at a total of $13 million. Hopefully here we can prevent that with preventative maintenance. Basically these properties, as I've shown on the plan, start right here with house number 47, running through 55. Surfside Road is at the bottom of the plan. These properties all abut a seawall along the Minot Beach. Atlantic Ocean is at the top of the plan. And what you'll see is between the seawall and the barrier beach, the beach associated with Atlantic Ocean, there was a stone revetment built along that wall. Over the years with the storms, those boulders have toppled down from that. You can see in the photos here that they've gone out, they've migrated out toward the ocean. I've provided some photographs. You can pass those around. Those, again, show the migration of some of these stones off of that seawall. You'll see that there's been a little bit of undermining on those locations of the seawall. And so what we're proposing to do is we're proposing to come in, pick up those stones and place them back where they were originally located. Essentially, what I've provided a cross-section on the plan here to take those stones that have fallen off of that stone revetment, place them back. They would all be dry laid. They're not cemented in place. We're not bringing in new stones. We're reusing the material that's there. It's a pretty straightforward project. The resource areas we have in red, this is the velocity zone, everything closer to the ocean. Obviously, we're on a barrier beach. The top of the coastal bank is the top of the seawall. All of those basically serve for storm damage prevention, stabilization of coastal beaches, flood control. And this type of project is exactly the thing that you want to approve to prevent adverse effects for coastal flooding, storm damage, or destabilization of the coastal bank.
How are you going to get to the stones? You going down on the beach?
Yeah.
So where are you going to go down?
We'd be coming in at the end of Gannett Road.
Gannett Road and going down at
And
low tide.
We'd be open to a restriction for, to work with the tides.
What about the other neighbors? Why doesn't it go down further, or why isn't everybody on board here?
It's been kind of bits and pieces all up and down this area. I was here for house number 29 a few years ago. CLE, I think, did one at house 31 and 33 at the same time. They're done in bits and pieces as the properties are going. So.
But there's no conflict necessarily with anybody who's not on this application?
There really isn't. I think if you look at a couple of those photos, you can see as you look down to the north where this has already been done on a couple of properties, and then in the picture you'll see that you have this section where it hasn't been done. So it is in keeping with the properties to the north, certainly. And I think the town actually, south of this, not along the private houses, but a little closer to Musquashkett Pond, I think they just did an improvement on the town side.
Well, they did on the road. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. No problem.
You know, in answer to your question.
This one.
Oh, sorry.
Yep. I understand how you're going to access, but what kind of equipment is going to be used, and are there any restrictions in going in front of other houses that are involved that you have to pass to get here?
No, I don't believe that there's any restrictions because at that below the mean high water mark, you have the right to pass and repass, so I think we'll be okay with that. For the equipment, most likely it's either going to be a small crane or an excavator with a thumb attachment to it, a track machine.
And would it be going on and coming off daily until the work was done?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And do you anticipate it being back to 46 or 57 by moving these stones?
No, because the stones that we're moving aren't the stones right up against the seawall. They're the ones that have migrated out onto the beach. So we're not pulling them out of the stone revetment at all. No.
Are you going to add any more stones, Greg, you think?
I don't think that we need to, based on the material we see out there. You know, if that arises, maybe we'll talk to Pat about that. But I don't see the need to based on the volume of material I see.
Does this have to go through the state too?
It doesn't have to go in for a a Chapter 91, but it has to go to DEP, and I haven't gotten any comments back from them on that.
Which is good.
Yeah, I had a couple of things. Do we get the abutter notification cards, I think? We have those? Okay. And then if we don't have a DEP number, we do need a DEP number. Sometimes DEP will comment on a project like this too, so they don't allow us to close ahead of time. The only other things I had asked Greg was, you know, you can't just throw the rocks back there. You need people with expertise. So I wanted to make sure that Greg could talk about how this work gets done, who's done it, who's doing it, they have experience, so that they don't, you know, if they're put in right, they may not wash away as often. So I don't know if you wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a contractor selected yet for it, but we'll make sure that we have one with postal experience, and then before the project, you know, we'll make sure to talk to Pat and make sure he's on board.
And a couple of other things is that it may be something that we want to extend. I mean, we appreciate people coming in and applying for this permit, because, you know, if everybody's out there doing their own thing without filing, we can't have an engineer involved and it doesn't get done right. So we really appreciate that. Maybe there's a way we can extend this as a long-term ongoing maintenance, so that you don't have to keep coming back if the same group of 5 gets hit in a few years. I hope you don't, but if you do, there'll be a way to do this again without having to go through this. And I think it's tide restricted. That would be the other thing, making sure.
Certainly.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Just state your name and address.
Okay, it's John Walker on 51 Surfside Road. I've been there maybe a little over 40 years, but I was there in '78, you know, the first storm that we had. I saw the wall being built. I saw the foundations of the wall. I saw the rocks being replaced, not replaced, but there were not that many rocks before. The rocks were put in place up to a level of about 3 feet. There's a marked stone on the wall from where the rocks were replaced. That being said, over the years, and I've just noticed, I took a walk through the other day, we've been really getting pounded down there. First evidence of good cracks. I mean, that's a new wall. 78 is a new wall compared to some of the walls down in Sand Hills and thereabouts. So that being said, it's cost preventive maintenance. You know, we're paying for it out of pocket. We're already at a high level of expenses as taxes. We absorbed the sewerage this year, and a few other things. But one of the reasons I didn't actively solicitate this, we've had a great turnover of homes for the reason of the damage that the homes get down there. So somebody, you know, they hadn't lived there long enough, they thought, what are we, crazy moving rocks back to the wall? Let the town do it. I don't know when the town will do it.
Be a long wait.
Right.
So,
Don't hold your breath.
a small group got together and thought it was a prudent thing to do to save the wall.
Yep. No, I think you're probably a proactive effort that I'm sure it's expensive, but the alternative would be even more expensive if the wall collapses. Nancy, you want to make any comment on this?
I would just, I'm sure DEP would probably question any type of species that might be within that zone. I'm sure it's fine, and that the equipment be very up to date so that there is no leakage, and the equipment while on the beach. Those would be my main concerns for the post. But I think it's good to see a group of homeowners getting together and deciding that this is a project that they'd like to move forward on. I think it's important to protect yourselves.
Frank, the other thing is, if there are cracks in the concrete and you want to tie that into this permit, it may be possible to, you know, have someone see what needs to be done to the wall, because you're shoring it up with the stones, with the cracks. That would be a less, you know, beach-intensive kind of thing. You may be able to do that from the top. So just get in touch with us if you have a group that wants to fix the wall, too.
Yes, sir.
One thing more. as far as the person that has been doing that, Mr. Lynch from Weymouth,
Yeah.
I solicited him last year, and I walked this wall area, you know, and I asked him if there was a problem. But he is the gentleman that's very familiar with replacing rocks. I believe he did some rock replacement.
He's done a lot of work for
For
the
you
town.
folks, yeah. So he was kind of the,
Well, he'd be the type of person that,
he was interested in doing it,
that'd be great.
and he gave us an upset price, and
Yeah.
we just felt that...
Well, we can't tell you who to use, but we
No,
can
no,
tell you
no,
that
no.
we're gonna be critical.
I know that, no.
Of, you know, making sure that whoever does it is knowledgeable.
No.
And I think that's good for everybody.
He knows how to move the rocks, and that's the key.
Right, right. And working with the town.
Right, he's done work for the town for years.
He knows the drill.
Right.
Yeah. Is there anybody else that would like to speak to this? So unfortunately, we don't have a,
DEP number.
Right, what's the time frame you were hoping to do this? I mean, would a month out be a problem?
well, just if we continue it in 2 weeks,
Yeah.
and they have a number,
Oh, yeah,
You just close it.
we can
Yeah.
close and give
Yeah.
them orders,
could do that,
because it's not that complicated. I'm saying we, but it's up to you and Carol.
yeah. No, that's a good way to go.
Is that
So
all right?
we'll just
Yep.
continue it until
But
the
we'd have
DEP
the,
number.
we'd have everything ready that we
And then the
would've had.
conditions for the
Okay.
contractor and the equipment and the,
Yeah.
I mean, so they want to get this somewhere between when people aren't on the beach to before
Right.
there's some storms. So
Right.
there's not a big window.
Okay. I make a motion to continue 47, 49, 51, 53, 55 Surfside until August 5th at 6:30.
second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You guys won't have to do anything,
All right.
wait
Great to hear.
Yeah, we just wait to hear.
All right.
Continue the next one.
Wait a second.
Write up conditions.
Give me a second.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nick Lane, 9 Oliver.
We're going to continue McLean, 9 Oliver Street.
To August 5th at 6:35.
Is that all right, Pat? Just-
Yeah, Cal, did they have a time they wanted to be back on? Okay.
You second it?
Second.
Yeah.
All in favor? Great. Is it, how do you say that?
Deveni.
Deveni? 11 Seagate Circle, Elevate. On July 15th, 2015, 7 PM, Town Hall Situate Conservation Commission will hold a wetlands hearing under Chapter 131, Section 40, Mass General Laws, and Section 30700, Town of Situate Code of Bylaws regarding the application of Grace Deveni to elevate an existing dwelling on property located at 11 Seagate Circle, Scituate. Abutters and other interested parties are invited to attend.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Paul Marabito from West Engineering Company, representing the applicant. This is a home on Seagate Circle, which is at the end of Surfside Road. What the proposal to do is to elevate the existing house in the same footprint. They're going to put in concrete piers because the site is on Elyria Beach. The structure plan will be prepared by Livermore Engineering. And this is a project that is going to apply for the FEMA grant money. Fairly straightforward project. The house is relatively small. And, we also recently did the one next
You
door.
want to see this, Frank?
Can you bring that microphone more?
Just everyone to see.
Same footprint, Paul?
Yes, same footprint,
Just gonna lift it up straight, right?
straight up and put it on concrete piers, because again, it's on a barrier beach, so it has to be on piers.
Okay.
Ah,
Bill?
no problem.
Lisa? Okay.
Do we have a DEP number, Carol, for this?
Yes,
I think so.
yes. 2545?
Okay. And the only other thing is, we're looking at these the same way we would any other notice of intent coming in. So we're looking for information, and people filing for the FEMA have done some of them in a hurry, so we're trying to make sure that these will get through DEP and get to us. This one was great, because it had a structural engineering plan, had an elevation certificate in there, had a site plan, the abutters are notified, footprint wasn't expanding, so this was almost everything we wanted. The only other thing I would ask is, on the site plan, you don't identify the buffer to the other areas, so at some point, you know, DEP and we would need to be notified that there's 50 foot to the coastal pond and the salt marsh and, you know, salt marsh vegetation. So it's not just the resource area of a flood zone, but it's not a critical thing if we could just have
But
that.
the notes on the plan do indicate that it's in a federal map coastal barrier beach, it's in a state map barrier
Right.
beach. We also show the Craig Lines.
Right, it mentions those two, but it needs the other two, and we're not holding it up to get that, but we do need to have that submitted to us in DEP. Then when you're doing the as-built, you could put them on there.
Okay.
The buffer zone, but we do need to show, it's not just one resource area that we're dealing with. But other than that, it was everything we're looking for. So I don't know, for you too, is it?
I haven't seen it.
You haven't seen it, that's right, okay.
That's, Paul, if you could, and any homeowners here to put in a grant application, I need the documentation, I need to begin to talk and have conversations with the homeowners who are actually elevated, so that I can begin to wrap the project together. I'm looking to get the documentation by Monday from homeowners, so it's very important that they begin to discuss their project with me.
Everybody
So
know?
I can make sure that I get the appropriate information within the appropriate timeframe. Thank you, Patrick.
Does everybody know who Nancy is?
What?
I hope so. What's your official title?
Coastal Resource Officer.
There we go.
Can I make a motion, Frank?
Yep.
I make a motion to close.
No conditions?
Just,
Did anybody in the audience
get
want
an
to speak to
update.
this?
Yeah, just the update on
Yep.
resource
Right.
areas.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we do have to close and issue.
Yeah.
So I have a motion.
Oh,
and a
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Great.
Thank you.
And a vote to, and we voted to close, it's going to be standard conditions for elevation, but I believe we have to issue orders tonight to meet the timing for the FEMA
Yeah,
requirements.
we have them all listed.
Oh, so you don't want to do both at the same time? I want to,
No, we'll do all the orders together because actually they're all exactly the same except the first one. The elevation are all the same, the orders.
okay, the
Correct,
order,
Carol?
yeah.
But-
there'll
We'll
be-
do them all at the end. Okay?
I just didn't want to have people sticking around for the whole time if they,
Well,
Well, we're gonna
you
do
can't
'em.
get them. We're gonna do them. They have to
But
come
they won't
back.
be ready tonight anyway.
Right.
They're not
right.
ready for them to take
right.
home.
Okay, as long as they're
Okay.
not going to,
Yeah, no,
Have to
no.
wait.
Yeah, you got them.
Rodigan, 104 Oceanside. Anybody, are you doing that, Paul?
Yeah.
Speak up.
Ross Engineering.
Are you doing this one, Paul?
Yes, I am.
On July 15th, 7:20 PM, the Townhouse Situate Conservation Commission will hold a wetlands hearing under Chapter 131, Section 40 of the Massachusetts General Laws and Section 30700 Town of Situate Code of Bylaws regarding the application
Foundation plans.
of
This is the action. Rodigan, 104 Oceanside.
This is another FEMA grant. The house is,
Man, I don't have the,
It should be in order.
should be.
Suddenly things came to a screeching halt.
Oh, yeah. Section, Chapter 131, Section 4 of the Massachusetts General Laws, Section 30700, Town of Situate Code of Bylaws regarding the application of Michael and Karen Brodigan to elevate an existing dwelling on property located at 104 Oceanside Drive, Situate, about his no interest required to invite to town. Sorry.
Thank you, Sam. My name is Paul Marabito from Ross Engineering Company, representing the owners of the proposed project. What they're proposing to do is to elevate the existing house in the same footprint. The house just falls within the velocity zone. There's no change in the map from 2012 to 2013, so the velocity zone is 19. This house will be placed on concrete piers, and the top of the piers would be at elevation 21.7. The first floor of the house is going to go up approximately 6 feet from where it is at the present time. I just submitted to you the plans I recently received from Rivermore Engineering. They have the details on there as well as the elevations for the pier construction.
Can I ask a question? So, the elevation for V-zone hasn't gone up in 12 and 13, but with the new FEMA maps, it's gone up, right?
No.
No, okay.
No, there's,
Because this is 15,
Note
right?
7 says the preliminary flood zone maps dated May of 2013 indicate no change in the flood zone for this area. That's from the flood maps dated July 17th.
That's on the 13th, but so that's still good currently?
Yes.
Right, okay.
One thing on that, though, we can only review based on the existing map 2012, so we're using
Okay,
the
so-
But homeowners are wise to look at the proposed
Right.
and plan for that, but we can only look at ones
What it is.
based on what it is.
Gotcha.
There's a full foundation on here. That's gonna be eliminated.
Yes,
Start piling.
yes. If they've got a full basement in there now with a concrete foundation wall. All of that has to go because it's in the velocity zone, and when you do this project, now the house has to
So
be
where are they gonna put
piled.
like their furnace and water
Oh,
heater?
oh, that'll be up on the first floor?
Be on the first floor?
You know, what I've done with all of our clients for all these projects, I've emailed them the elevation certificates based upon the structural plans. So they have the existing house and one based upon the construction drawings that they'll need to give to Nancy, and they do have those now. And they also have the structural plans.
Okay, thank you.
Paul, did you include an elevation certificate in this application? or-
No,
Okay.
no.
You'll need one for the next
Yes,
step.
The client's going to submit one to her with the rest of their documents that they need.
Okay.
Yeah, Jill? Lisa? You good?
Do we have a butter cards of this and DEP number?
Yes.
Okay.
3546?
Structural plans are coming.
They're here, aren't they?
Oh, you just got them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
We
okay,
need them for the file, we need a
Yeah.
couple.
okay.
Yeah, Penny,
And they look, they're stamped, dated,
by Rivermore.
okay. And is it concrete or wooden?
It's concrete.
Okay.
Support a small,
Hotel.
yeah.
All right, this, there were a couple other things that one's a recommendation to the homeowner that there's a lot of impervious driveway and patio, which is not the best for that site. If they wanted to reduce that, that would probably help their property. I mean, if they could do planting sand, gravel, or something, there's a lot, I mean, we're not gonna require it, because we can't, but it's just a, you know,
reason
a
not to.
splashboard for more damage around them. So, I mean, it may be something that they could be spoken to about. And the building footprint's not expanding on this one either. And the last one would be, again, on the plan, it's barrier beach and a coastal dune, and that's not on the plan, so.
I think we just checked on the NOI.
Yeah, I mean, it may be checked in the box, but it should be on the plan because DEP reviews the plans too, so.
Is there anybody in the audience that'd like to speak to this? Nancy?
If their decking is now concrete, just be realized that the FEMA grant will not pay for any new decking, and they can't elevate concrete, so they should be able to.
You're saying like a patio or
If
something?
they have a concrete patio, then they can't just assume that they can elevate something else in its place, that it will not be funded under the grant application. Nothing, just existing structure only, and since concrete cannot safely be elevated, it won't be part of the project.
Okay.
Will they be allowed to keep the concrete patio?
Oh, yes.
I think it was, well, suggested to not have a concrete patio because it acts as a splash pad. If what you're trying to do is to protect your home from flooding and damage, then you don't want a splash pad in front of your home, and the best thing to do would be to remove it and do grass plantings as the best methods. But of course, we can't force anybody to do that, but that would be the best for the home and the structure.
Is there any changes to the decks allowed if you elevate?
No, absolutely not.
But you can,
Not even one board.
you can keep the same decking and bring it up.
Right.
But you can't expand it all.
Expand it.
A zone or V zone.
Anything, anywhere. If it's a FEMA grant, it's existing only.
All of these applications only have the work on them that we know FEMA's gonna pay for. There's one house, the next one's coming for you. He has a huge deck behind the house at ground level. Originally, they were gonna apply for FEMA funds for that, and we indicated that FEMA won't pay for it, so we had to take it off.
Does anybody else want to speak to this project?
I make a motion to close.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Great. Is it Gray? Gray? On July 15, 2015, at 7:20 PM, the Townhouse Situate Conservation Commission will hold a wetlands hearing under Chapter 131, Section 4 of the Massachusetts General Laws and Section 30700 Town Situate Code of Bylaws regarding the application of Richard Gray to elevate an existing dwelling on property located at 361 Central Ave, Humrock. The butters and other interested parties are invited.
Thank you. This is a single-family home on Central Avenue. The applicant's proposing to elevate the structure in the same footprint as the house. The only expansion of the footprint would be to have an outside set of stairs going down from the house, because now the house is going to be up quite a bit. Where right now it's a ground level with a garage. The garage will go. This is going to be up on piles as well, because it's on a barrier beach. And the plans are done by Rivermore as well. It's just a simple rectangular home. He's going to pick that up to the proposed FEMA elevations. And he's also applying for the grant money.
Is this also on concrete piers?
No, it's going to be on piles. So,
Piles?
yeah, they're going to drive piles.
That's on the riverside.
Yeah, it's on the riverside.
Yep.
It is.
Yeah, he has plenty of room in the back of the house to pick it up and push it back in front of the pile, so.
Does he have a full cellar, did you say?
Pardon?
Does he have a cellar at this point in time, too?
I couldn't hear you.
Basement.
Does he have a basement?
It's a basement?
No, no.
No.
No, it's just a
You don't know
slab.
what a cellar is?
I do.
Showing my age, I guess, but I don't know. Okay.
So let me see if I get this, Pat. Structural plan, engineering plan,
They have structural, they have elevation certificate.
site,
Site plan needs some work, I can bring that up.
okay, a butters notice,
Butters and DEP, Carol?
Yes, 2547.
Okay.
and resource area delineation.
Yeah, this one's in the riverfront area, so again, this information needs to be on the site plan. You know, we could close, but it would have to be submitted to DEP and to us. There's also, Barrier Beach has to be mentioned on there. And then if you're in the riverfront and the coastal zone, there's a section of the NOI that you have to complete B2, and DEP might kick it out if that's not in there. Salt marsh isn't shown on the plan. We need to have that shown on the plan too. The only other thing is there's a concrete wall around the whole front and the side of this property, and the waves come through and it gets directed onto other properties and causes scarring. It may be something they, once they're elevated, they may want to remove that. We can't make them, but it's probably not a bad idea.
I didn't put that in there because the FEMA saw it, they wouldn't pay for it.
What purpose would a concrete wall serve once the house is elevated? I mean, on one side, you've got a paper street, the other side is...
Isn't a butter,
I mean, this is just a three-sided concrete wall that is in front of the house.
And they have grass, though. They've raised up the yard there, so maybe...
Well, once they elevate that house, that
Yeah.
grass is done.
No, I understand that, but we
Part of the
can't
simple
make
act.
them do it. It's a good suggestion, but,
But it's gonna end up washing in the marsh.
yeah, but
What happens with the stairway? Because that'll be additional in the flood zone, right?
going up.
Yeah, you have to allow a way in and out,
Yeah.
so I guess,
Yeah, still.
yeah.
You have no choice.
Any other
No.
comments? Everybody else set? In the audience?
I make a motion to close.
Yeah, but we need some stipulations for
Yeah, well, but,
Yeah,
Yeah, we'll
get
do
to
that with all the orders, yeah.
Okay,
Midnight.
second.
yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Great.
Okay, now we go.
Thanks, Paul. Sutton at 174 Branch Street, across from Curtis. You said you just got the stormwater?
Yeah, we just got it today. Did you guys, you haven't seen it yet?
No.
But
Guess how big this house is.
This is the one that's quite a bit of slope.
Right.
How many?
17. Jennifer from the Board of Health is telling me.
So this is a continued
8
hearing.
bedrooms.
Okay.
Can you imagine that?
For the record, Gregory Morse Engineering. This is a continued notice of intent filing as well as a stormwater bylaw filing. The project is a proposed single-family house located on a vacant lot on Curtis Street. We submitted the stormwater calculations to the town for review. The wetland lines out here were done by Brad Holmes, professional wetland scientist. We have a bordering vegetated wetland off-site to the east that was delineated actually as part of the Fippen property, this wetland line here. This here is an on-site isolated vegetated wetland. The commission, I believe, looked at that as part of a septic system upgrade on the Sutton property filed by EET Engineering at one of the last meetings. Proposed house is in this location. We respect the 50-foot no disturb buffer. We do work right up to the 50-foot buffer. We're proposing an erosion controlled area, driveway access off of Curtis to the house. There is an on-site septic system. We've applied to the Board of Health for that application. I can discuss further. I know we're waiting for comments from engineering department, so this will be a continued hearing.
Great. This says a 4-bedroom. Jennifer last week told me it's a 7-bedroom. And they were told they had to up the septic to 8.
So, this property right here, the vacant lot, this is a 4-bedroom septic system. It's a 4-bedroom house. Absolutely it is. My design calculations state it's a 4-bedroom. The plan states it's 4. Jennifer's probably thinking about the existing Sutton house. The existing Sutton house has an accessory dwelling associated with it, and et cetera. That's the house at the corner of Curtis Street and Branch Street. That's the one Bob Crawford was doing the septic design on. I have no idea about bedroom count there. Maybe that's a, this is a vacant lot. There's no
No,
house.
I know that. Last week, Pat, Carol, and I, you weren't here, you were on vacation, Carol and I were talking to Jennifer, and she, okay, as long as we're both looking at the same thing.
Yeah.
because I was shocked, because I
Yeah.
said, our plans say 4, and she said, no, it's 7, but they have to do the septic for
This
8.
property is owned by the same owner,
Yeah, I know.
it's
So that
probably-
could be. All right, as long as
It's a
we're...
4-bedroom.
Yeah, she sent the comments around today, and she had it as a 4-bedroom.
Okay,
too,
so it was just confusion with the name sign.
Cannot
Thank
have
you.
Penny confused.
Don't do that, it's too easy.
Okay, but we're still continuing this?
Yes.
Yeah, we had asked last time for a revised narrative, and he provided a lot of narrative in the new stormwater permit application. We had some concerns about the amount of trees that were coming down, and he ended up constructing some basins, but it would have been maybe a smaller basin if he could have left some of the trees. And, it looks like it's all going to be cleared in the front there for a yard, and then the septic, and then the house. So it's going to be clear cut. So it's going to be, erosion controls are going to be really needed. And straw wattles were proposed, but I don't think that will work. We need something upgraded from that. There was a lot of information about the pre and post development that Greg provided, and we just need to have that checked. We'll ask the engineering department to see if they're able to fit this in, but it may be that they say we need to get an outside review person. Stormwater bylaw.
Why are we in the 100? Because there's no upland, or there's not, why are we going through the 100?
Sure.
We need mitigation.
This property has, how the lot shape is, that's the only location where I can fit a house that complies with zoning. Zoning requires 125 feet of lot width through the dwelling, and that's where the lot's widest. It's in the 100-foot buffer zone. I couldn't site the house outside of that.
But none of it's in the 50.
None of it is.
No.
Yeah.
But that still is our jurisdiction. Shouldn't we be getting some mitigation for having the new build? They're gonna clear cut between the 50 and 100, and we're gonna put a structure that's gonna have runoff. I kind of feel as though we should be getting some mitigation for allowing that, something back. I mean, it's not an existing structure, it's clear cut.
A lot of trees are being removed.
Well, that's what I'm saying, so I mean, I know it's not a no-build zone, but it is our jurisdiction. And I just don't like the idea of letting somebody clear cut in the 100 and we get nothing.
What are you proposing now?
I just realized, so we're gonna continue it, so I'll think up something good, Frank.
The other thing is, Brad Holmes has been involved in this. I mean, maybe he could be asked to propose something. And also, we didn't get a lot of information other than the actual placement of the flags. So I mentioned to Greg that I'd like to get out and walk the site with Brad to just see, when he did the flagging, if he did soils on either side. So.
Well, with the stormwater, okay, this, I might be mistaken, but I feel as though where the house is going, you start down towards the Fippen property, where we're gonna have new houses down there too, I would be very concerned with runoff, going down that way and then continuing. I mean, I know on the Fippen property, we have the rain gardens, we have a wetlands there, and now we've got another house that's higher and everything.
And this property is actually removed from the Fippen property. One of the design points that we analyzed was the Hassett property, which is between the house and the Fippen property. I think Mr. Hassett's here. So that design point, we analyzed the rates and volumes of runoff. So, we'll have the review consultant verify all the numbers we've proposed. That certainly was a concern that we tried to maintain or reduce the runoff to the Hassett property.
Will we have somebody be looking at those?
Yeah, we'll request Public
Well,
Works
it's just
because they
there's an awful lot
Right.
going on, and this definitely is a high area, and
Right. It did trigger the stormwater bylaw. It was-
clear cutting really bothers me. because it's beautiful out there when we're out there.
In the audience? Yes, sir.
Yeah. My name is Jim Hassett, 1 Orchard Road. And I am on the downslope of that area. My backyard has a lot of that wetlands next to Mrs. Fippin's. And we currently have a existing water problem with the water table. And in our basement, we've got 3 sump pumps like everyone does. There's always water pumping out of my basement. And I'm really concerned about all that water coming down in my area. You know, not just from this project, but Sue Pippin's project, and everything funnels down to my area. So I'm really concerned about it.
We'll definitely, when we have our engineer.
Stormwater review, yeah.
Take you definitely into consideration of your property.
And I also have something, Kathy Shine, 5 Orchard Road, we're right next to the Hassets. And with the O'Connor property that's sold on Curtis, that all that trees have been taken out.
Yeah.
Our 2 properties, we bought, and we also have a water issue, and that water's just gonna drain right down. So that really needs to be considered as we're looking at this.
Is that not from yours?
So how far out do we want to continue?
Annoying.
There's a lot.
Are you doing a stormwater piece on this, Greg?
We are, we submitted the application.
Yeah, we got, you didn't see it, it's,
I guess I didn't.
okay, yeah, this came in today with the plan, but yeah, it's all,
So you're not gonna read this?
Holy moly.
Yeah.
Is that all?
It's
Whoa.
You get paid by the page for this? We'll look at that.
right. To your point, our engineer will be reviewing the same things, and if there are questions that you have that you want considered, you could email us, and we could give them to him before he even starts to review it.
Is he gonna come on site to look at the area?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Well, can we, just wondering if you email the office, we can let you know who that person is.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we can get it done in 2 weeks. A lot of the engineers are pretty backed up right now, so I don't know if we,
Should we go out a month?
I don't know what the plans are for the property owners, if they're under closing deadlines or anything, but,
Well, it's,
because we could always try for 2, and if we
Well, you
can't, then
can.
I
continue.
think we should continue it for 2, but we want
Sure.
to make sure that it gets properly reviewed.
right. Okay, that's fine. Do you want me to make a motion?
I think we're going to continue this for 2 weeks. We're going to try to get a consulting engineer to review this. If they haven't been able to do it in the 2 weeks, then we'll have to continue it again. And you'll be able to get some answers from that. I think if you contact the office, we can try to let you know who that consulting person is. Because it is a pretty critical spot, as you point out.
Yeah.
Okay?
I'd recommend calling to, or contacting us right before that date, in case we know it's continued, so they don't show up and we have a new date.
Thank you very much.
Can I go ahead? I make a motion to continue on 74 Branch Street to August 5th at 7 o'clock.
John, cheers.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Did we give that to Pat?
See you in October.
Wow, what's going on in there? What's this? Look at all this. Is this,
Lindbergh, 265 Central Ave, Elevate.
is this Pippin's? Look at all that. So that's Country Way. Is that Pippin's?
Apologize, I don't have an engineer representing us tonight.
No, really?
My name is John Lindbergh.
He might be.
Oh, that's Curtis.
And this
No, this is Orchard. 52.
On July 15, 2015, at 7:30 PM, the Town Hall, Scituate Conservation Commission will hold a wetlands hearing under Chapter 131, Section 40 Massachusetts General Laws, and Section 30700 Town of Scituate Code of Bylaws regarding the application of Susan Lindberg to elevate an existing dwelling on property located at 265 Central Ave. Humrock, abutters, and other interested parties are invited to attend. So you feel like you're pretty well represented?
Yes.
I apologize, this is new to us.
Sure.
So this is a single-family, single-story house at 265 Central Ave on the riverside. We would like permission to elevate our house under the grant program in the existing.
Oh, this could be a problem.
Is this the one that you were telling me about?
This actually is the one I was
Could be an issue.
Okay, I'll be quiet now. And Susan will take over.
She'll just correct you as you go along.
That's what I...
We have a structural plan stamped by structural engineer, structures engineering, John Queen, Marshfield. I believe we have the other documents that we are requested to have.
Elevation certificate.
I think it's in here.
Survey plan delineating the location up on the river. That Patrick has now.
Yeah. We have one, too.
And we're open for questions.
DEP,
Can you slide that down?
DEP number,
You get one?
DEP number,
Sure.
One thing
Where
on
is
the,
it? You want me to get it? I wrote the DP numbers down.
well, he has one. Yes, no, maybe.
one thing of note on this elevation raise is there are 3 points of egress that will require exterior stairs now that we'll be up at 20 feet. We're about 13 feet now. We're not in the velocity zone, but we'd like to go up as if we were in the velocity zone too, because it's going to change.
So we're in the acceleration zone 10 right now.
8, 10.
AE 10.
So you want to get up high.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
going to be a treehouse.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, a beach house.
Treehouse.
You'll have the ospreys nesting.
Nesting up
nesting,
there,
Here you go. You'll be safe.
Kenny, do you have any questions?
No, I don't. Looks good.
We got a butter, no, well, we gotta wait till,
Oh,
Yes, this is
yeah, okay. So all we have to do is, and
Elevation certificate.
the resource areas are delineated.
Everything's
So we'll
done.
find the DEP number. I'm good.
Yeah.
Lisa?
It's the same footprint that you're elevating in?
Yes.
Pat?
Well, that was my first question. I mean, it came in as an elevation, but there are porches and decks and garages, and all of those aren't gonna get by
We understand.
FEMA at all, so.
The existing porches will, correct?
That'd be a good.
Existing porches will, but if you have any proposed on
That
the
will
plan, that will not fly. That will raise a red flag and FEMA will.
Don't change a board until after.
Project.
I'm sorry, say that again, Nancy. Kenny.
If they submit a plan to me that has proposed decking on it that's new,
Yeah.
even one board, then it becomes a real issue for their project. So no new decking is allowed, and they really,
Is it no new decking's allowed or no, or that's not paid for under the grant?
no new decking is allowed during the process of the elevation process.
So other
It's
work-
best if you just leave it off, and if you decide you want to put a decking on after you get your check and you're happy and they're
But if they,
happy,
okay.
Yeah,
But
but
if they want to permit it at this, I mean, if you're permitting,
then they have to show me another plan. The plan they send to me, the one that I'm going to send to FEMA, has to not have a proposed deck on it.
May I ask a question on
Sure,
that?
yeah.
One of the doors, I believe, you need to have some sort of thing to step on.
Oh,
rather than-
exactly, that is allowed.
That is allowed.
But as far as
Okay.
anything larger than a step out becomes a real issue for them.
but if we condition other pieces,
As long as they, whatever they submit to FEMA, as long as it doesn't happen, you can help them with anything and determine anything, but if they're going to apply I encourage them to redo those plans
Okay.
without the decking on it.
Does FEMA do an as-built afterwards? Do they come back and say, okay, this is
At the
what?
very end of the project,
Yeah, they do, yeah,
They
okay.
do a walkthrough at the very end to make sure, and they do, they
Oh, yeah.
take pictures before and after, they know. They review them and they go, oh, that's new, that's a new board, that's new decking, and that becomes a real problem for the homeowner when you want your check. Because then you're out of compliance with the agreement that you make with them. And once you become out of compliance, then there's a chance that they might not give you a check. And the bottom line is to get the checks.
So basically, if there was a deck that you wanted to put on, then you put it on before you submit it to FEMA, so it's included as existing then?
You could do it before you even, but
Right.
you could also do it after.
I mean,
as long
if
as
you
you're
knew
not
you
doing
had
it
to
during-
have some stairs and stuff, and you wanted to have a deck connecting it, then you'd want to put that on so it was existing when you submitted it to FEMA.
Or do it after the grant?
At this point, it will have to be after.
Yeah.
Because
Can I
it's
ask
too
you a
close.
question?
It is your
Now,
house.
in the back of this house, there's an existing deck, but the stairway, because it's only 3 stairs down, is like 15, 20 feet long.
Yeah,
Obviously, when you're 20 feet high, I'm gonna need a new railing so no one falls out
absolutely.
the
All
back.
railing is approved
That
by,
is, okay.
because it's by code.
Okay,
You
yeah,
have
that's
to
what
get,
I was-
anything that's by code, then you're cleared for.
Okay.
Anything that's, seems like a luxury is not.
But if your utilities were under the house, and then you elevated the house, you can add on
There's a,
an
yeah.
area to house those utilities.
There's a bump out where you could do added addition onto the side of the house just for utilities, but you have to keep it within a certain size, so it's not a new additional room with utilities in your gym, but just
Sure.
housing the utilities.
Okay.
Is there a cap on the bump out you can use?
We have a cap on a new bylaw that we wrote, which would probably require most people to go for a variance because the size is not big enough. But, basically, you have to prove that the size of the structure with your elevating and pumping out would fit the utilities with which you want to house in that bump out.
So when you're submitting this plan to FEMA, you have to add that?
It should be part of your structural plan.
Okay.
And that should show like what's going into that area and the size.
So
That is allowed under FEMA.
procedurally, not particularly in this case, but if a plan submitted to us, and let's say it has an additional deck, are we supposed to not
No.
allow it? No.
We can allow it.
Yeah, we can allow
Money.
it. It's that, yeah, but it's the FEMA thing afterward, so that's not something that we would say, okay, FEMA's not gonna allow this, so we don't allow it.
No,
Right,
it's
okay.
just that
Gotcha.
FYI, homeowner.
Yep, gotcha.
But as long as it's in the notice of intent, you would have to say, you'd have to say it's more than house elevation. If the house elevation's a deck, it's a porch, it's,
Yeah.
it would have to
But-
include all that.
Pertinent to my email that, I asked you guys about, I said, we're only dealing with what's in our purview in the FEMA application, or how it applies is secondary to what we're deciding. Yep,
So
okay.
to that same point, I did have a homeowner who had 2 separate plans. They forgot and submitted the plans that were proposed. And it did come back very quickly with, oh, what are they doing with new decking? They should know that's not appropriate. And then when I talked to the homeowner, they were like, that
Oops.
was a faux pas.
Oops.
So even if you do have 2 separate plans, make sure that the plan that I get, because when you give me the plan, it's all folded up, I'm not opening it up. I'm not putting it in an envelope and I'm sending it up to FEMA. So you make sure that what they do give, when they give me the plans, that it's the exact plans they want them to see and not some other plans that they were hoping to do later down the road.
Okay.
Just as an FYI.
And if you need an order of conditions, you need the plan that we approve here. So, I mean, somehow this is gonna have to change before it goes to Nancy. I mean, it can't show all this other stuff.
Not that plan, the structural plan.
This is the site plan here. This is the one that we use.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
this one, if we're approving this, we're not approving all these decks and all these other things.
No, that's existing right there.
That's existing.
Well, there's a
Looking at
proposed addition,
Yeah, that was
That was
when
a
we did
renovation
that
we did.
renovation. It's done.
so these have a permit, there is an existing permit for these? Because there isn't a permit for the shed, I know that much.
I do have the other file attached.
Yeah, the shed was, I think, washed away and replaced. I mean, you have to come back to us for a shed in a flood zone
It'll
too.
wash away again in no time.
I know, really.
Yeah, but it needs a permit to keep it there. It's, I mean, people come in and go through the whole permitting process and they follow the rules, and if someone doesn't, then they're in violation, and everybody else says, why should I follow the rules? So, we have rules about that. And I don't know about the dates on the structural plan. Do they have to be within a certain time frame? Or, I mean, if you get a plan approved before, because this is a few years old.
If it is the plan that they want to use to elevate, then it's fine. But if it's a plan that's for other projects involved within...
I think the confusion here is that that plan that we have is for other work that you did prior to this. So where it's saying a proposed addition, you're not proposing to do that now. That's done.
Yes.
That's correct.
This has all been done before.
Right.
And so you may want to get some of that stuff off that plan before it goes in. It should just show that it's all existing.
Okay.
Okay.
Rather than showing the old plan as proposed.
Right, we just,
It's existing.
yeah, we just thought that plan showed the
do.
existing, and rather than having to go through the cost to redo it, that's what's there
Well,
now.
hopefully somebody can just change that up a little bit and say this is,
It's never that easy.
Yeah,
But
no.
thank you.
Do you have whiteout and make a copy?
That's an idea, there you go.
you don't want anybody changing another information.
Okay. Just trying to help.
Because DEP is going to look at this too, and they're going to look at the plan, and then they're not going to go along with this one at all.
You're not gonna like that, huh?
Well, and part of it is the forms are confusing. There's a lot of questions in there on the notice of intent, on resource areas and buffers and all that, and much of that has to be corrected and sent into DEP and to us, because we know there's a time frame. If this came into us now, we would absolutely continue, have a whole bunch of stuff done. We're trying not to slow down the whole FEMA process, but within the next couple of days, we're gonna need a lot of corrections made on this. And
So like what, Patrick?
I have a list, I can write them up and send them to you,
Yeah,
but
we
we have,
got a lot of other hearings to do.
right, right.
So,
But we have,
so what are we gonna do?
We're still gonna close them, yes?
yeah, but we were gonna be issuing tonight because of the time frame. So
Is that
They
closing,
can't pick it up until
Is that a critical thing for tonight? Where are you with the
the
grants?
orders.
Yes, I have to add all of the information into the e-grant application. And it's very detailed, and there's a lot to it. And I could potentially have, as you see here, this is just a few of them, I could potentially have 15 or more elevation projects to do. And with that is all of their contractual work. So any of their estimates, if they go over a certain amount, I also have to run a cost-benefit analysis on each one of the estimates. And that, I understand, is not going to be the best of times. So it could take me a day to do one estimate. So I really need the time between July 20th and August 1st in order to make sure that I get all of the information that I need, that all of the information is correct on the application that I get, and that the homeowner is still somewhat close by so I can ask questions, which I'm finding is necessary as we go through the process. This is not a simple process. It is a very complicated, it's a very wonderful program, but you have to have a lot of patience and then have some more patience.
What do you factor in when you do the cost benefit? What it would cost
need to
if
do that
it
tonight?
went down?
You don't need to know that right now.
Stop.
You don't want to know.
All right.
It's a matrix that FEMA has put together to decide whether or not the project would meet a cost benefit. So if it's beneficial to have the project go forth or not. And if they come up no, then their project cannot be submitted.
So what are we gonna do with this one?
Well,
Can't we close it and hold out on the orders?
why don't we close it, but we'll have to come up with conditions tonight that I can get to them tomorrow so they can address them before it has to be a Nancy on Monday.
Carol,
So,
we can add on.
I mean, we're trying to get you in there in time so you can get your elevation, but there is stuff to do between now
Well,
and
I
then.
appreciate that, but I don't see a prayer that to get a redo of the survey plan that quickly. The structure's not a problem, but the redo of the survey with the existing conditions of whatever's growing in the backyard, and that's not gonna happen. But I appreciate it. You can send me that list anyways, but
Right, well,
you know how busy everyone is right now, I don't see it happening.
well, I know DEP is,
Yeah, okay.
right, they have their requirements, we have to follow them. We can't waive things because there's a rush.
Just coming in now. I don't
Didn't I
need
include another site plan in the NOI? It was a smaller version.
The only one I've seen is this one here, the one I just showed you, so.
So do they just take this back without charging?
This one was from 2007.
I thought I had another one, a smaller one that just showed a site plan without all this other baloney. That's not this one.
I don't know what that is.
But if it was an existing, it's not going to show those additions that were built.
No, this was the
Original?
prior to
Oh, okay.
construction.
All right, sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
What do we do, Frank?
Well, I think we should continue it,
All right.
and then,
Try.
Yeah, the problem with the continuance is it kicks you out of this cycle. But,
well, sometimes they extend it.
Right. Yeah, right. I don't think
Because your
so.
next date is August 5th.
Fifth.
And my deadline to have it to the state will be before
oh,
that.
well, in that case,
So this is the last,
Yeah.
not that
Meeting.
it's pressure,
I get you that.
but this is what the, what it is.
But they gentleman said
Oh,
he can't
absolutely.
get it.
They can try again next year.
Yeah.
Right, and maybe you don't get to it until next year, and it's back on
Wonderful.
another
I'm going to
grant.
have to do it without the grant money,
Alright.
what to deal with, so.
Flood insurance rates.
This would hold
Great.
until next year.
All right,
Thank you very much.
Well,
Appreciate
Okay,
it.
well, we're going to
Still have to do
just,
something
we're
with
going to continue this to the next
Meeting.
meeting.
Whether that's fine, okay.
Yeah, we'll continue, you guys can think about what your options
And
are.
and you can call.
Well, we may
Okay?
do it without the grant money anyway, so we have.
But either way, you're going to have to get it approved.
Right, right, okay.
Okay.
A motion?
So I make a motion to continue Lindbergh, wherever they live, 265 Central Ave to August 5th at 7:00, oh, wait a minute, 6:45.
Yeah. A second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Bradley, 10 Montvale. On July 15th, at 7:40 PM, the Town Hall Scituate Conservation Commission will hold a wetlands hearing under Chapter 131, Section 40, Massachusetts General Laws, and Section 30700, Town of Scituate Code of Bylaws regarding the application of Christopher Bradley to propose a gravel turnaround, drainage improvements, and plantings on property located at 10 Montvale Ave, Scituate. Abutters and other interested parties are invited to attend.
Good evening. For the record, Gregory Lawrence, Morse Engineering. This property has a little bit of history to it. The applicant, property owner Christopher Bradley, was doing some work in the yard this past spring. I think one of the abutters called the conservation office, had it and paid him a visit, and a stop work order was issued or agreed upon. Mr. Bradley, I think, came in front of this commission in June, saying that he had hired my company as well as Brad Holmes to come out and prepare a notice of intent for the work that he wanted to do out there. So that's what brings us here tonight. We filed a notice of intent to remedy the actions that he did and propose what he wants to do. The property is located at 10 Montvale Ave. On the plan that we submitted, you see Mr. Bradley's house, I've shaded it in brown. Montvale Ave is a gravel roadway. At the end of the gravel roadway, there's a 2-spot parking space here. What Mr. Bradley was doing back in May and June when the stop work order was issued, basically over the course of the winter, the snow accumulated a lot this year. It had piled up on some of the vegetation. He was removing vegetation at the end of Montvale Ave. That's what I've highlighted in orange, that location. Over here, there was a snow pile. He had removed vegetation in this location. I have pictures here on the left. On the left here, this is standing on Mr. Bradley's deck looking down at the turnaround.
Yeah.
You can see this is the location where he cleared vegetation right here. And I have another picture of this area right here. There really wasn't any earth disturbance. It was removal primarily of phragmites. Here's a picture of the end of right here where the vegetation had removed. And for the most part, it's grown back by now. So that picture there was taken today. That's the area that vegetation had been removed. You wouldn't know it if you went down there today. This picture here is the area here that you see of the disturbance in this top picture. So it's grown back. But what he wants to do is he really wants to do two things out here. There's a drainage problem within Montvale Ave he wants to correct. And secondly, he wants to provide a turnaround at the end of Montvale Ave. Within Montvale Ave here, you see the picture here, Montvale Ave drains down to this location, and you'll see that there's puddling along the left-hand side here, and this gully washes out. He's constantly regrading and filling in the gravel surface here within Montvale Ave. What he wants to do along the left side of this roadway is install an infiltration trench. It's a 2-foot by 2-foot crushed stone trench along the side and bring it right up to the ground surface. That'll do two things. It'll allow for some infiltration of the water. Secondly, it'll give a place for the water to go during the winter so that it's not pooling here and causing an ice situation. But thirdly, it will also come down and direct any of that water to the back of the existing gravel turnaround. You'll see
This can't be right.
right now it comes down
It
and
is.
it ponds right in front of his house
The
out in
pond
the
is right
street.
here.
We
what
want to
I'm saying, so
extend
It's
that gravel trench
10
along
feet
the
to
edge
the
of the
pond.
driveway and along the
It's a
edge of the
lot closer
driveway
than
here and
that.
bring it up to daylight so that you won't get the puddling effect and you won't get the gullying of Montvale Ave. Secondly, in this location where he had cleared, he wants to propose a turnaround, be a 12-foot wide by 18-foot deep turnaround. This is a very tight site. This picture here, you can see there's space for 2 cars to park on Mr. Bradley's property. If an ambulance came down, if a UPS truck came down, in this case, my truck came down, it's more than a 3-point turn to get out of here. It's multiple turns. The neighbor here, no turning around on private property in their driveway. Oftentimes, there's a ladder or something blocking off the neighbor's driveway. So it's become a problem, and it was really exacerbated this past winter. And that was the intent of the clearing in this area, was to provide another turnaround area for whether it's a visitor to the site, whether it's emergency vehicle, whether it's the UPS truck, whether it's anyone, providing a turnaround at the end that you could safely turn a vehicle around and get back out of the site. So that was the intent. The intent here again was to solve the drainage issue along the edge of Montvale Ave, provide a turnaround. This location here, what he had proposed was revegetating this. It's already revegetated naturally. When we put these plans together, we were proposing revegetation with azalea and hydrangea. He'd also like to propose some Rosa rugosa plantings along the back corner of the property between the house and between the pond. There's an existing Rosa rugosa out there. He wanted to do a couple more in that location.
Penny?
We went out there, and he said he wanted to make a turnaround and this and that. But also, he had recently, maybe in the last year, planted all grass in front of the house facing the pond. There had been a lot of clearing done out there prior to us showing up in this new clearing. And it's a tough lot because the house actually is, the 50-foot buffer goes right through it. I mean,
Absolutely.
it's existing. But then, he did an awful lot of clearing that he shouldn't have done.
Look,
And I think he should have a turnaround, but other than that, I'm not so sure.
Okay. Bill?
Actually, the 50 comes to...
Yeah, I don't,
Toledo, worse than I thought.
well, is this you delineated the
That's
wetlands.
the wetlands line is shown in blue, correct? So, the entire site's within the 100-foot buffer zone, certainly.
Well, I'm going by your scale here.
What are you trying to say,
I made
Penny?
foot, no, the 50
The water
actually
comes
is-
right here, yeah.
It's all grass.
It's a site that has extensive work done on it. I can't see the logic of clearing more for a turnout when there's already a two-car parking there. I think we have to address what's already there and already disturbed, and the idea of permitting more disturbance there
Yeah,
doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
It's actually not accurate to say that it's mostly in the buffer or whatever, because the whole area is land subject to coastal storm flows. The whole amount of work took place in a resource area.
Oh, yeah.
And there is a buffer to the pond and to the marsh, so it's not just buffer alteration, it's in a resource area.
Richard?
Actually, my other question is can he actually undertake a road repair on his own?
It's private way, but on other roads, like your road, we asked DPW to take a look to make sure it doesn't impact a public road or a public,
Right.
so Public Works would be brought in as somebody that we'd refer to. You don't want to make it worse for an abutter, too.
Exactly.
This is 50.
Lisa?
I too went on that site with Penny.
Yeah.
And this entire area here was replanted.
Yeah, that's all grass.
It was freshly seeded, it was obvious, Penny and I both walked over, and you could see where it was all new. I agree about this turnaround, but I think in lieu of the destruction that was all done there, that no other planting should be granted.
Well, replanting.
What do you think was there?
I don't know,
Phragmites.
cat of nine tails at one time, probably frag now.
It's not cat of nine tails.
No, but it was at one time.
Some photos.
It probably was
Early in
frags.
2015, there's a lot of planting at the end of the street, but then there's lawn, but before that, the lawn wasn't over there, so.
This
I mean, take frag down there, it's pretty,
lawn on that side.
whoa.
I mean,
Yeah.
to the best of my, when I've been out there, and in most of the places along the Squashkit, it's all Phragmites.
That's what I said, it probably was frags. 20 years ago, it was cat of nine tails, it's just all frags now. I understand that, but it is a manicured lawn now, Frank. If you want to let that stand, fine.
No, I'm just
But
saying that,
it's not what,
so what do you want to put there?
Well, I mean, aside from what the,
My phone's off.
aside from what the applicant would like to do around the turnaround and the street drainage, this did not come in as a RDA or a notice of intent. This came in as a violation.
Yeah.
Right.
And there were things done before these most recent violations that we're just finding about. There's boulders placed along the whole perimeter of the property. There's lawn established where there had been wetland vegetation. There used to be one gravel spot, now there are two. So there's a lot of things beyond what we were aware of that have been done without a permit. So,
Okay.
but, you know, street drainage and the turnaround, they may be something that can be accommodated, but there's a lot of other stuff that was done.
So do we want to look for some plantings? I mean, as part of this?
I mean, we usually don't look at azaleas and things like that on at the
No, I
edge
know.
of a
I mean,
pond
if
too,
you-
yeah.
Let's not dance around this.
Yeah.
So if there's an area that's been disturbed and we want him to revegetate it, then he needs to get somebody in here. You know, I don't want to talk about this all night. Let's tell him to get a planting plan with the appropriate plants for that area.
In the grass area too, I mean, grass is not something we want up against Musquashit too. I mean,
Right.
that's, right, so I mean,
So that
that,
whole area that he seeded should then become,
So, I mean, it doesn't even look like it might be, is it not his property?
Well, back in 2001, I want to bring this to your attention, I pulled this out of your file. In 2001, the commission here approved building 2 parking spaces at the location where we're proposing the turnaround. This project was never undertaken, but if you look at this plan, this is his property, you'll see that there were 2 parking spaces proposed right here.
Okay.
And you'll see that this says existing turf grass to remain. And it's pointing here, and that turf grass goes around the existing house. Yes, it does show, it says existing vegetation to remain along the pond, and I don't know what vegetation that is. They don't quantify that. But I know if you go out there, there certainly is turf grass between the pond and his house, but there is vegetation as well. It's not grass up to the edge of the pond. There is vegetation there. I personally can't quantify it right now. I was looking more at that location, but the commission approved this 2-lot turnaround. It was never built.
I think it seems like most people are under the impression that a turnaround could be permitted here.
Yeah.
It sounds like it already was. What I'm seeing though on that plan, Greg, is it looks to me like the lawn pretty much went to the property line.
It looks like, unfortunately, they don't show where something was before. They just say relocated parking area. It leads me to, and it says adjust grade of old parking area, and it's pointing to where it exists today.
But if you look at that property line,
Yeah,
The turnaround.
the
property line of the marsh,
yeah.
so that would be the
Yeah, it's where it's
West-
parked. Yeah,
the easterly
sheet
property
there,
line.
But other than that, nothing.
So right here.
We need to put it
So
right there.
if we look at this right here, I'm seeing like a whole bunch of bushes
Yeah.
or something delineated, and the lawn being relatively small.
Sure.
And I'm seeing an area there that must be cleared out.
So Yeah, I didn't
Yes,
locate the
see,
vegetation that's in here. I'm telling you,
I don't-
there is a delineation there. It's not lawn up to the edge of the pond.
Okay.
I can't tell you how thick or where it is.
Yeah.
there is,
But that's all
there is
been
a lot
cleared,
of
too.
lawn there.
But it's
And it was-
landscape.
Absolutely, there is.
It's landscape.
It's all landscape
not-
there.
I also think
My
the
God.
commission denied this,
But I
and there
wouldn't-
may have been a superseding order, but I don't think the commission approved that. I think that went to DEP, and that was approved. I don't think the commission ever went along with this, but several years have gone by anyway, and the pond has now been flushed and changed, and,
Yeah. I mean, we built a house on Musquashnet Pond off of Wood Ave, and the commission made us remove all the phragmites and, or remove the people's lawn. And now it's all phragmites. You know, there was a lawn that went all the way to the pond. You know, it was an older home. The lawn went all the way to the pond. Part of the conditions to build this house was to remove all the lawn, leave a little strip that you could walk to the pond. And now the whole thing is just phragmites. So I think we just need to think about, if we're gonna say to them, we want you to revegetate, I wanna know that we're gonna tell them to put something there that's gonna try to keep the phragmites out, or give them, we allow people in other cases the ability to remove phragmites on a regular basis.
right, exactly, but not replaced with lawn.
Phragmites to be blocked out by grass?
I don't know.
Greg, can I clarify something? Is the proposed turnaround in the two parking lot existing? The 2-car parking?
It's a different
It's
area.
in addition to? Yeah.
You want another one?
No. There's an existing 2-space parking
Right.
lot.
Where that
Is-
truck is?
Right here, where this
Right.
truck is. That's right here on the plan.
Right.
We're looking to, up here, create a turnaround spot right there.
Oh.
And leave the 2 parking spaces.
Yeah, okay. Thanks.
Not in this lifetime.
Because otherwise you have two cars down there and then there's really no place to turn around.
Okay. Well, I just think that they need to come up with a plan as to how to deal with that area that was cleared.
Yeah.
And if you want to get some approval or letter from DEP, I mean, from the DPW, that drainage is acceptable. I don't know, what's your feelings on that?
I don't know, there may be people that want to
Yeah,
speak.
we'll
Yeah.
advise.
I mean, definitely planting where there's now lawn and where stuff has been cut down, but there was, I mean, the boulders may not have any impact. There was no permit pulled to put them out there, and
Are they new?
within the last few years, but
So
So-
what I guess I'm trying to understand is if there's already a turnaround here, what is the need for another one?
It's, that there is a two-space parking lot, the 2 spaces for the house. That's where the 2 cars fit.
Okay.
That's a dead end. I
So,
don't-
so you
Yeah.
could turn around in it?
It's not.
There's 2 cars there, it's hard to turn around if there's 2 cars there.
Can't turn around that
Can't.
one.
So that clearing would, again,
So
be in the
this
same,
turnaround would be for a guest car?
No, it's not a parking spot. It's for when someone comes down and has to park in the street, they have a way to turn around. It's for when the UPS truck comes down. It's when an ambulance comes down. It's when anything comes down there. There's no way to do it without, a 5-point turn to get out of there.
So would this turnaround be utilized by the neighbor in front?
It could be, it's in the right of way.
So this would become a common area?
It's located in the right of way, so anyone that has rights into it could use it as a turnaround. Yeah.
Okay, so this area here is a common area? So do the abutters have the right to decide if they want that there?
You're talking about the 2 existing parking spaces, those belong to the house. The turnaround that we're proposing, which is highlighted in orange, is a turnaround for anyone on the street to turn around. The parking spaces at the end of the street are for Mr. Bradley to use for his house.
So the land that you're proposing for the turnaround is common area that's owned by the people that live on the street?
Yes.
Do people on the street have a voting right to decide if they want it there or not? Or is it a unilateral decision by one party? I'm just trying to find out is, if it's common, then wouldn't it be a decision by others?
Excuse me, I live there. Those 2 lots he owns.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm sorry, your name is,
Courtney,
your last name?
small,
And you're at what address, Courtney?
10 Montville Ave. And not to mention, when we bought the house, the grass was already there, and there's pictures here showing that the Phragmites is coming right up where he cleared. And also, we were both, I'm a flight attendant, he's a pilot, we're gone 4 days. During the winter, they would plow the whole road down. We came back one time and there was a huge pile from all the roads going to 10 Montville, huge pile there. We had to get the town to come down and stick it into the lot that was across the street. I can show you. And it busted everything up. Everything was broken down. We have pictures.
I think that would need to be taken up with DPW.
It's all grown back, and it's all Phragmites.
Right. And it will grow back pretty rapidly if it's not kept down.
yeah, I think it's the case too. If somebody come in and filed an application for a permit and asked to do some of these things, they would have been allowed to do them.
So why don't we, so is this part of the application now?
This is the application now.
Why are we beating around the bush on this?
May I say something?
Yeah, in a second. It's just, to me, we're just spinning our wheels here, and it's late, and I don't understand why.
Well, I think what the thought is that something's been disturbed and we may want it replaced.
Okay, well then let's tell them what we want to do here.
That's exactly what we're trying to do, I think.
So the area replaced, the area that was disturbed at the end of Montvale Ave, this area here, we had proposed azalea and hydrangea. As we show in the photograph I handed out, that area is completely revegetated if you go down there today with Phragmites. You wouldn't know that it had been disturbed at all if you went down there today. I was down there this morning, that's when that picture was taken. The other area that was disturbed was this one. Here's a picture of it today. Again, when these areas were disturbed, this is where a pile of snow was, this is where a pile of snow was, the vegetation was removed, you can see the vegetation removed, there was no earth disturbance, there was no digging, there was no root removal. This is the picture today, the thing has revegetated on its own. So if we want to go with what's established as natural vegetation, we can go with that. The proposal, the application we've submitted really is the drainage and the turnaround.
But my own thought would be that if you want to do something different for vegetation, that someone with, like, you know, a wetland specialist should come up with some planting material or make a recommendation that we can verify, that they can say, this is the best material that should be planted here to keep the Phragmites down. Nobody's opposed to keeping the Phragmites down, and we know that they will grow right back as left unattended, just like knotweed will or anything else.
In the area that the homeowner mentioned that was cleared across the street, there was a lot of invasives there. There was a lot of vines and everything like that. But to go into that area and to do it.
I understand, they shouldn't, this is a violation. Now we have someone making an application.
Right.
So what we're missing, in my mind, is something from a wetlands person saying, here's my recommendation on how to deal with this.
And public works input.
And public works input for this drainage piece.
And our input on a parking spot that's in a flood zone.
Right, if we think that that's the right spot or not.
Right.
Okay.
I'm Laura Jean Yerkstis, we live at 8 Montvale Ave. And Montvale Ave, this is Montvale right here, it never had grass at the end of Montvale. We were allowed to, on the assessor's maps, Montvale goes right into the pond. If they want a turnaround spot, they can get rid of their lawn and they can turn around there. Because that was not, this grass was never there. This is what it looks like now. That's the grass. And that used to be the road that went right through the pond. And those boulders are new in the past 4 years. They're lining the pond. And that's what's really aggravating. So we've seen encroaching the past 4 years. And now there also used to be sumacs that were taller than me. There were blackberry bushes in here. There were trees that they went and chainsawed down, half down. It wasn't just like Phragmites in there. There were all kinds of vegetation. There were roses, there were beach grasses. And then when the bulldozers, when they just took them all down.
Can I say something, please? We can get satellite pictures that show that those boulders were there. We purchased this house in 2012, there were boulders there.
Okay.
And we didn't saw down anything. There's no, you can walk in and you can see nothing has been sawed. There's no root removal. He even said that.
Okay. Well,
We can get satellite pictures that show this house from when we purchased it, the grass, the boulders.
well, I think some evidence of what was there before.
Yeah.
Obviously, the areas that were disturbed, we need to have some sort of a plan with the appropriate plantings, not.
And where,
Not as
that was just an idea. We don't care. We'll put beach grass. It's not, we just don't.
Well,
the
it's not, you know, we're not just gonna do it from the hip. There's now a violation, and so what we wanna have is someone that's knowledgeable about the correct
Yeah.
plantings.
We'd be happy to do anything that you guys are
Okay.
happy with. And it's just the Phragmites keep encroaching.
I understand. So, but let's come up with a plan so that you're not just going back and forth on that.
Okay, so we'll
And then
continue.
we can further discuss this turnaround piece. And I think you need to get something as to whether that's the appropriate action to take with the drainage. But I want to know from a wetland specialist what was changed and what they recommend to plant there as a way to slow down or mitigate the Phragmite piece. And I think we're willing to work with that. We're not going to go for just clearing it out without the proper approvals.
Understood.
So we continue this for,
I make a motion, we continue.
how much time?
2 weeks?
Do you think that can? Okay.
Well, August 10 Montvale to August 5th at 6:55.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Was there anybody else? Thanks. Is it Closure? Campbell, 162 Jericho Road? On July 15th, 2015, at 7:50 PM, the Town Hall, Scituate Conservation Commission will hold a wetlands hearing under Chapter 131, Section 40 of the Massachusetts General Laws, and Section 30700, Town of Scituate Code of Bylaws regarding the application of Richard Closure and Martha Campbell to elevate an existing dwelling on property located at 162 Jericho Road, Scituate. Butters and other interested parties are invited to
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Paul Marabito from Ross Engineering, representing the owners and applicants for the proposed project. As you can see from the site plan, the site is located, the subject home, which is the smaller of the two that they own on the lot, is in land subject to coastal storm flowage. It's an AE zone elevation 11. What they're proposing to do is to elevate the existing home and pick it up approximately 8 feet in accordance with the elevations shown on the structural plans that were prepared by Rivermore Engineering. The proposed foundation will be a series of concrete piers, which are shown in the upper left-hand corner of the structural plan. The structure will be picked up in the existing footprint. It's relatively small. It's about 18 by 30 or 40 feet. It's a single-story structure, as you can see in the photographs in the application we filed with a notice of intent.
It's like a little dollhouse. It's so cute.
It is. That's been flooded out many times in the storms over the years, and they finally decided to pick it up. This is a small cottage you see in the front of the house, which is right up on the street.
And it's going on concrete piers?
Yes.
Any?
No, I have no questions.
Well,
It's in an AE 11,
It is currently.
and it's going up 8 feet?
On the, well, the top of the foundation is going to be 16.5. The first floor is 9.3. Because it's going to go, the top of the foundation will be 16.5. So the first floor will be probably a foot and a half above that, probably around 18 for the new framing members on top of the piers.
Good, boss.
Lisa?
We have abutter cards, DEP numbers, that kind of stuff. Okay. Paul, is the, it's two houses on the one lot, it's not expanding, it's just going up.
It's just going up. That's, again, well, they're only applying for what FEMA will pay for.
Okay,
It's just to
and
pick it up.
they didn't submit an elevation certificate, but they'll have to get one.
No, we do have two, which the owners have, and they have in the packet they're going to be giving to
Okay.
Nancy in the next few days.
And the checklist that was sent to DEP said it was in a buffer zone, but it's not, it's in land subject to coastal storm flowage, so
We did check off land subject to coastal storm flowage with an
it
area.
said buffer zone, though.
Pardon?
It said it was in the buffer zone, all the work was in the buffer zone, in the NOI, so sometimes they see that and they never look any further.
I mean, for this zone, there are no performance standards in land subject.
Right, but it is a resource there, so,
It is, yeah.
right. They need to get that information, so. Other than that, everything else was okay.
Does
Structural
anybody want to
plan.
speak to this? 162 Jericho? Second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Voyagin, 94 Marion Road, elevate. What is non-significance?
It turns out this isn't in our jurisdiction under the 2012 FIR map, so we can't hold a hearing and issue an order on something that is outside of our jurisdiction. So there's a determination of non-significance, and we just say we're not reviewing it. because it's not under our jurisdiction.
We could do that more often.
Well, I mean, the applicant is here if he
I
has
disagree
additional
with that.
information.
What's that?
I said, I would disagree with that, and this is the reason why. If you look at the notice of intent, I have a copy of the firm map, and what it shows is that, it shows two things. It's in the packet, so just pull it out here. What the firm map shows you,
Excuse me, what we do is we'll go through,
I can't understand what you're saying.
Speak up, Paul.
Speak up, all right.
that microphone won't help anybody hear anything, that's just for the TV.
But what the firm map shows is that the blue area is the AE elevation 16, and the locus is just outside of that area, but the flood zone is elevation 16. Now, this house has been subject to flooding several times, and the reason is, if you look at the site plan that it provided, the elevation of the street is 15.8. And there's a catch basin on the top of the driveway, and there's a catch basin right in front of the garage. What he has is a garage under that you can see in the photograph. So the land is below the FEMA flood elevation of 16. The 2012 map doesn't show this because it's more or less spot zoning. But once you're below 16, you're in a flood zone, and that's why we filed the notice of intent. And what he's proposing to do is to pick the house up, so the driveway, the slab of the garage is essentially level with the lawn, which is around, he's proposing to pick it up to elevation 16.1, and then it'll slope out to the street, which is about 6 or 8 inches lower. And by doing that, he would be out of the proposed floodplain. What he's trying to do is to stop the water from coming from the street and going into that house and flooding it 3 to 4 feet. I mean, you can see the water marks on the wall. So what I'm saying is, because he's below elevation 16, he is subject to flooding, even though those maps from FEMA are very general in nature. This is an odd situation where you have the garage under, and the street is lower than 16, and the catch basin in front of the garage is elevation 13.9, so he clearly gets water in the basement, and you can see the water stains in there. And what he's proposing to do is to pick the house up so the garage floor would be 16.1. The proposed FEMA maps are elevation 16, so he wants to get it just out of the flood zone.
I think one way to address that would be a LOMA, because we have to go by the flood maps, and our flood maps are showing areas, and it's not in the area, it's shown in a Zone X.
Well,
So the only way to prove it isn't would be a LOMA.
Well, if I filed for a LOMA, let me say two things. If I filed for a LOMA, I'd be doing the opposite of what you normally do. We'd be filing to put it in the flood zone,
Right.
where it isn't now, which is counterintuitive.
Right.
But the other thing that I'd say is that the preliminary maps, which I'm hearing they're going to be approved, he is clearly in the flood zone. I mean, that the proposed flood zone is 16.
But don't we have to deal with
what we have?
You do. Yes, you do.
But we're allowing people to elevate to the higher elevation if they want to elevate.
Right. I mean, when the people are elevating above the 2012, they can go up as high as they want. What they're doing is, they know what the 2013 map is saying, and they know what their federal flood insurance rates are going to be if they go up a certain height. That's why all these applications you see, the elevation of the homes after construction are much higher than the elevations in the 2012 map.
So my question is, if right now you're saying that this is outside of our jurisdiction, what's the need?
He's free to elevate, he doesn't have to
That's
come
what
to
I'm
us.
saying. Why are we doing this?
Right, we're not. My recommendation would be we'd issue a non-significance, but he can elevate, he can do whatever he wants to his own property.
Right.
But if he goes into a flood zone in 2013, he's welcome to come back to us.
Well, no, what I'm saying is, I'm in that flood zone now, even though the FEMA map is very general.
Right.
I mean,
There is no needs and bounds to a FEMA map.
No.
It's just a broad line on a piece
in
of
the,
paper.
in the elevations and the evidence of that whole basement being flooded after every one of these big storms is proof that he's in land subject to coastal storm flowage. Now, the homes around him don't get flooded because they're up higher.
Are we trying to get this, are you trying to get this into our jurisdiction so it would be eligible for a FEMA grant?
I'm trying to get it in your jurisdiction so he can get an order of conditions to do the work. And then he would go on
But you
from
don't
there.
need our jurisdiction to get,
Go do the work.
He can go.
you don't need our okay to do the work.
He can do it right now.
Right.
But if that map changes tomorrow,
Then come back to us.
he's got to come back to you. And what I'm saying is, the reason I'm here now is because based upon the FEMA flood elevation in this part of town, that land is below elevation 16.
You'd have to prove that. I mean, how do we know this?
The site plan shows the elevations.
Yeah, but it's shown on the flood map as in the X. We have to go by a FEMA-approved line.
It's a line, but it's also the elevation of flooding. I mean, just because that blue line doesn't come through the house, if the land is below that contour of 16, and you have a history of getting flooded because you're below 16, then you're in land subject to coastal storm flowage. I mean, these FEMA maps are not 100% accurate, and this is a perfect case for that.
Oh, excuse me, I may be being very thick here, but if you can do it anyway, what is the advantage of making this plan?
What I'm asking you to do is to get an order of conditions so we can do the work, because if these maps change tomorrow, why should we come back? We know these maps are gonna be approved in the next year or so or less, so why not do it now?
Because we can only deal with today's maps, and today's maps say this isn't a flood zone.
Yes, you are, but what I'm talking about is the land on this map is below elevation 16, which puts it in the land subject to coastal storm flowage.
Pat, do you agree?
Well, I mean, he may have a point that they do get flooded, but we don't have a LOMA or something like that that we can hang our hat on. We have to go by the maps. I mean, he can appeal our decision.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm just trying to get the process for him going now so he can do the work and not have to come back, because he's being flooded now. I understand what you're saying. If he wants to pick this up tomorrow, he doesn't need to come to you to do anything.
Right.
Well, maybe he'll do that.
So maybe we should just continue this until that piece can be resolved. And we don't need, it's 10 o'clock, and I don't need to spend an hour talking about this.
Why don't you do that? Why don't you continue it for a month?
We're gonna continue this so we get some more information.
Mr. Chairman, can we be heard before you continue?
This really, it's irrelevant at 10 o'clock tonight to discuss this project that's going, we need some more information before anything else can be done on this.
Does that mean we're having a hearing or not having a hearing?
There's a hearing right now, we're gonna continue it, and then when they come back with some more information, then we can discuss it further.
We have 2 minutes.
I don't think it's necessary.
We've been sitting here for
We've been sitting here
hours to be heard.
for hours.
We have 2.
Isn't it part of the process, sir?
I think that we're gonna continue this hearing, and we're gonna have a time when we can discuss it with the information that we need.
Okay.
And I wanna know about that map, and whether it's in or out, so if you wanna submit some information, that's fine, but that's what we're gonna do tonight.
Okay. And I have the...
That's what we're gonna do tonight.
I have the information for the notice we all got to be up here. And it specifically
That's fine.
says, application for FEMA loans for the property.
Well,
So
I don't know
have
about...
that introduced into this before you close the hearing.
We're not gonna close it.
We're not closing it, we're gonna continue the hearing.
Before you do, I'd like to have this information introduced.
That's fine.
Okay, can I do that?
Give it to Pat. Have a motion.
I may have a motion to continue until August 5th. Lordy D, I just lost my thought. 94 Marion Road to 7:05. They're not gonna get FEMA.
Okay?
Yep.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Rich did.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is it Cote?
Cote.
38 Atlantic Drive, Elevate.
You guys have that letter?
On July 15, 2015, at 8:10 PM, Town Hall, the Scituate Conservation Commission will hold a wetlands hearing under Chapter 131, Section 40, Massachusetts General Laws, and Section 30700, Town of Scituate Code of Bylaws regarding the application of Michelle Cote, trustee, Cote Atlantic Drive Realty Trust, to elevate an existing dwelling on property located at 38 Atlantic Drive, Humrock. Abutters and other interested parties are invited to attend.
That's what we got specific about the town FEMA applications. That's fixed.
What are you doing? You all right?
No, I'm not.
What's the problem?
Yeah, there's a septic across the street.
This one.
This one.
I left the list of abutters in the office. You can run back and get them, or we can do the hearing, or...
Have you got others here tonight, Paul?
No, this is the only one.
Well, we still got
Come on, minute.
5 more. So Paul's gonna go get his list of abutters for Cote, and we'll keep going.
Hopefully, we're still here.
Howell, 78 Scituate Ave.
Best for last.
I wish.
We still have more. 87 Scituate Ave?
87.
On July 15, 2015, at 8:20 PM, the Town Hall, the Scituate Conservation Commission will hold a wetlands hearing under Chapter 131, Section 40, Massachusetts General Laws, and Section 30700, Town of Scituate Code of Bylaws regarding the application of Daniel H. and Lisa M. Howell to elevate an existing dwelling on property located at 78 Scituate Ave, Scituate. Abutters and other interested parties are invited to attend.
For the record, Gregory Morse, this is a elevation raising of the house located at 87 Scituate Ave. The existing structure is shown in brown. We had a bordering vegetated wetland across the street that was delineated. The 100-foot buffer extends onto the site and runs through the existing house. What we're proposing is we're proposing to raise the property. We submitted a proposed elevation certificate. We also submitted structural engineering plans for the property. Associated with the raising is a new addition. It's a 7-foot by 7-foot utility room addition to locate the utilities above the floodplain as well. You're allowed to do according to the new bylaw.
Yeah.
So you were proposing
You may
to
need a
bring it up.
variance. You may need a variance.
Okay.
Okay, just to let you know, because I don't know the size, the way it's worded in the bylaw kind of makes everybody go for a variance, which we'll bring back to the town floor
Okay.
for a revision.
Cool.
Just to let you know.
So we're bringing it up above the elevation 16, which is the proposed floodplain. We're bringing it up, first floor is at 17.3.
Greg, other than the utility rooms, it's the same footprint?
Yes, it is.
Just lifting it up straight.
So this is in a flood zone? What is this?
It is. It's in a zone AE, which is at elevation 10. And so what we're doing is we're raising it up. Elevation 16 is the new floodplain. So we're putting a new concrete foundation under this. It would have flood vents. It would be storage under the house. All of the living spaces on the elevated floors above the floodplain at elevation 17.
Oh, yeah, it does, I guess. It's not
Well, it
something
either
I
is
was
or isn't.
concerned about, to be honest.
There is or isn't, and it is, right?
Yeah,
Don't-
whatever.
It just, we're looking at it in proximity to the water.
We're talking about a flood zone.
Yep.
It is.
This is right
Yep.
across the street from the basin that fills up.
Right.
North Ave.
Yep.
Sometimes. I just wouldn't. I have no questions.
Bill?
No, sir.
So this is a poured foundation with
It is.
the louver-type panels.
It is.
Richard?
So I'll do Pat. So we got the elevation, structural plan, engineer plan, site plan, abutters,
Yes,
Yeah.
DEP number,
I believe so.
and the resource areas delineated.
Still need the DEP?
No, we haven't.
You got it, good.
Pat, Bill just did, you know, we need
So
him
you
anyway.
just sit down.
have to hand this to somebody else.
Okay.
Oh, 38 Atlantic.
We're in Scituate Ave.
7 Scituate, no.
87 Scituate Avenue.
And I just ran down our list, Pat.
Just keep it. We have others.
Okay.
Put in the file.
Okay. Butters list, DEP number, you got those structural plans will need to go. Any changes in the footprints? Okay.
No changes.
And the only thing we had to check on this, similar to last one, I just checked to make sure it was in the flood zone, and this one is partially in the flood zone. No issues, sorry. I was outside.
Good.
Okay. I have no questions, I'm happy.
We need a motion at this point.
Yep.
You want a
Nancy?
motion?
I have not heard from, is this Howell?
Yes, it is.
All right, okay. No comment.
Is there anybody else for 87 Scituate Ave? Howell?
I make a motion to close.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks, Craig.
Okay, now,
Town of Scituate, so are we going to continue this?
Yeah, what happened?
Which one is this?
Didn't send out the notification
To August.
Mary Ave.
Okay,
Have
so,
you opened it? You haven't even opened it?
so we're just going to open it and continue it?
Okay, so open it.
On July 15th, 6:30, July 15th, 2015, at 6:30 PM, in the Town Hall, Scituate Conservation Commission will hold a wetlands hearing under Chapter 131, Section 40, Massachusetts General Laws, and Section 30700, Town of Scituate Code of Bylaws regarding the application of the Town of Scituate to construct a gravel road and parking area to access walking and trails on property located at Holly Crest Road, Scituate. Abutters and other interested parties are invited to attend. And following our own rules, we didn't get out our notification to abutters in time, so we're going to continue this.
Bad, bad, bad. I make a motion to continue
I don't know why, Ken, what
Holly
else have
Crest
you been doing?
till 7:10
My problem.
at August 5th.
Second.
Who seconded?
Me.
He did it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
7:10.
Oh.
Okay.
Irving?
Five Irving, is it Serena?
Surrounding.
Serrani? On July 15th, 2015, at 8:40 PM, the Town Hall, Scituate Conservation Commission
8:40?
will hold, yeah, will hold a wetlands hearing under Chapter 131, Section 40 of Massachusetts General Laws and Section 30700, Town of Scituate Code of Bylaws regarding the application of Jennifer and Tom Serrani to elevate an existing dwelling on property located at number 5 Irving Street, Hummerock. Abutters and other interested parties are invited to attend.
I'm Dick Rockwood here representing the Serranis. We have a site plan from Robert Kroll. We are presently in elevation 9, but the new proposed floodplain maps have us in elevation 15 flood zone. We abut the river and Hummerock, so we have a stamped foundation plan from Anderson Structural Engineering proposing to put the house up on concrete piers. Right now, it's basically 2 feet above the ground. And I think you have the architectural drawings there that show the house being elevated. And the only adjustments we're making on the house is just the stairs down the grade and 3 locations where the current doors are. The,
Conservation.
Is Nancy still here?
She's still here.
She's on her way out. She's gone. She lives in New Bedford.
Oh, she didn't want to stay and play?
Okay. Penny?
Yep.
No, I'm all set.
Bill?
Existing footprint, right?
yes.
Yeah, right, yep,
Yeah,
okay.
the only footprint change is stairs going
Right,
down to the ground.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Yep.
You have to have stairs.
Relocation of the house, well, no problem.
Lisa?
No problem.
Pat?
Hate to be the one to bring stuff up. I didn't get a site plan on this. Do you have a site plan? Because DEP will reject it.
So it doesn't have,
It was turned in, I'm sure it was turned in with a site plan, I have one here.
I have a site plan. Do you want mine?
No, that's not,
Plan showing proposed.
that's Dick's plan with the footings.
Yeah.
Oh, it
this-
is.
This wasn't
Engineered,
included
stamped.
in the application that we got.
Maybe it was
So-
not one of them, but it was all,
Okay.
Right, it's just footing. Sorry.
And it's in riverfront. It's not just in the buffer zone, it's in the riverfront, and it's land subject to coastal storm flowage, barrier beach, riverfront area. DEP won't accept it like this, so we'll have to get this straightened out as we write conditions. The amount of riverfront disturbance, same footprint, so that you may be okay, just have some stairways and...
yes.
Okay, so DEP will have to get one of these if they didn't, and we'll have to write
That needs
conditions.
some more information on it.
Needs a lot more information on it, yeah.
All right.
So,
And Nancy needs it right away.
Who's the engineer on that?
Kroll?
stamped by
Well,
Robert Finney.
Yeah, Robert Finney.
Are you working with them, Rich? Are you,
Trying to, yes.
all right.
This is 2012, and then 2014 was something else on it. But, I mean, the house is quite a bit different. We've had a couple of filings since then. We had a porch, and we have a porch and a wall, and
that's on there, there's the deck. I'm not sure about the wall or what that might have been filed on, but yes, there was a wall there that came through conservation. So was there another one that showed the wall?
is there one out here, the covered porch?
I had, yeah, all that covered porch. So this is an as-built showing exactly where that is.
Well, this is the
Yeah.
proposed, it's not what's out there now. This has all been built.
Yes.
And so this site doesn't portray, this plan doesn't
you need
portray this,
more-
right? Yeah, we need a lot more between now and tonight at midnight or whatever. We'll talk on that, I can email you, but we have to do conditions that include all of this. These are notices that we would reject ordinarily.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we're having them tonight because we're trying to get them through. So
I
if we weren't
understand
gonna do that, then,
No, I understand, it's just that it means a lot of work tonight and tomorrow to get it straightened out. Still might get rejected, but...
yeah. All right. Anybody in the audience?
Oh, mamma mia. So are we
Okay.
gonna close this one, Pat?
We're talking about closing and writing conditions later, we're gonna have to write the conditions tonight.
All right, I make a motion to close.
And then I'll have to talk to you about getting the information to us. Condition will be get this, get that, get this.
So, all right, so second, the motion to close contingent on the conditions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, yeah.
You got a second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Did I miss 38 Atlantic, or is that
No,
No, he didn't have cards or something.
he's gonna come back, he didn't have a butter notice.
tonight, or?
Yep, he's on his way.
Maybe.
Is it Rankin, 109 Turner Road, elevated? On July 15th, 2015, 9 p.m., the Town Hall of Scituate Conservation Commission will hold a wetlands hearing under Chapter 131, Section 40 of the Massachusetts General Laws and Section 30700, Town of Scituate Code of Bylaws regarding the application Kathleen Rankin, trustee, to elevate an existing dwelling and decks on property located at 109 Turner Road, Scituate. Abutters and other interested parties are invited to attend.
Okay, he's got everything we need.
Okay.
Hey everybody, I'm Herb Kundig. I'm a local architect on this project. I don't have the green cards. Bob Crawford has them.
We got them.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yay.
Then never mind. So what we are proposing to do is take the house, which first floor is elevation 11.5, and take it up to 11 to elevation 18. We have the structural drawings. Just existing house straight up. The only addition is stairs going down.
Okay.
We have the structural drawing, which got here late, but it is here. My drawing showing the house being elevated.
Do you have everything, Pat?
I have a couple of sets of plans. I know I have the structural.
That's the structural.
Yeah, did you guys see?
I have a site. I have, yeah, you've got that. I have no questions.
So this is a poured concrete foundation?
Correct.
So in the A zone, that's allowed then, as long as it's not in the B, you can get by on.
Whoa, it's high.
We're raising it up high, Penny, so we have more parking. It's got a driveway off the back, off of Turner, everything, but it's all sandy. You need big tires to park in there.
You don't want to get stuck?
No.
Any questions?
No, I don't have
Bill?
any questions.
I'm good.
Lisa? Pat, any other?
DEP number, go, we got one? Okay. Same footprint, just going up.
Correct. The only addition would be stairs coming down.
Okay, there was, I don't think there was an elevation certificate in here, but they will need one. Nancy will need one
Okay,
within the next day or two.
We have that, we'll make sure that
Okay.
part of the package.
And then how many, there were additional porches, or there's porches on there now?
There's porches all the way around the house, it's just stairs to get down.
Okay.
Anybody here?
Anybody in the audience to speak to this?
Make a motion to close.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Good luck.
And everybody can raise their house up.
Farmer, 58 Scituate Trail.
Let me grab Dick.
Sure. On July 15th, 2015, at 9:10 PM, Town Hall, Scituate Conservation Commission will hold a wetlands hearing under Chapter 131, Section 4 of the Massachusetts General Laws and Section 30700 Town of Scituate Code of Bylaws regarding the application of Todd Farmer to elevate an existing dwelling on property located at 58 Scituate Trail, Scituate. Abutters and other interested parties are invited to attend. I think this is the first one we got on Scituate Trail.
Yeah, they back up to the pond. Elevation certificate. It's gonna look weird. Yeah.
What pond?
It's Greenwood.
Go ahead.
I'm Dick Ruppert here, representing the farmers on their project. We have the survey drawing from Michael Clancy showing the wetland area. It is off of, I think, off of Scituate Trail, so there's a waterway in the back, a brook or whatever that floods. So this house is in the flood zone, as shown on the plan. And it's,
okay.
there's photos in the elevation certificate that show the structure. It's a raised ranch, and the bottom floor is below the existing flood elevation. So what we're proposing to do is we actually have to rebuild the foundation because it won't meet today's standards. But lift up the second floor of the house and put a whole new foundation, concrete slab, and 8-foot walls for the lower level of the house. The lower level of the house is all finished area. It's not a basement. You literally walk out within 12 inches of grade in the back, but it's just all well below the flood zone at current and the proposed.
So you're gonna elevate this is just like a split?
It's a split, yes, split entry.
And you're gonna elevate the main level?
Yes, I have some architectural drawings in there that show exactly what I'm doing. I did it as a proposed and a cross-section showing, so if that helps you. Yeah, so we're gonna elevate the main level of the house, take out and redo the foundation down below. And a lot of times, Frank, as you know, like those foundations are 3 feet high on the inside.
Right.
That's the level that our first floor will be.
I get you.
So it'll be 3 feet higher than the existing concrete
It's
slab.
interesting how you did that, because there's a few places I can think of that they gotta deal
That
with.
need
You should
that.
patent us.
Well, we actually have to replace the foundation because by code, it's got to be a minimum of 12 inches. It's only a 10-inch wall.
Right.
And so structurally, the engineer didn't want to stamp that, if it
that's a
didn't meet
shame.
FEMA. And, I mean, he really wrestled with that, but,
We found a more
yeah, but
liberal
so,
engineer.
well, but that's the black and white in the building code. Even for a minimum for 1 story is a 12-inch wall, 12-inch footing. So,
Right. Yeah, there's no.
that first plan was to
It can be
just
a
fill it to
10-inch
the
wall, but
wall.
it needs a footing, and there's no.
And there's no footing, that's just the way they built them then.
Right, just with a 10-inch.
So by him
wall.
not having a 12-inch wall is,
Yeah, I got it.
or what point do you dig around the whole outside perimeter and, undermine it and put in a wall? I mean, I've done that on other
Right.
projects. But anyways, that's what we're proposing, because that's the way he needed to show it, to stamp it. And that's on the, you also have that Rivermore Engineering Foundation plan in your packet, so. And that would bring the house up to snuff, so we're above the flood zone. That's what it's gonna take to do.
Ready?
No questions.
Go.
Nope.
Lisa?
You have all the DEP and the butters and all that, Carol? The butter notification, okay.
What flood zone is this?
No
DEP
number. Well, I
No
guess it must
DEP
be
number.
something off of, the pond.
AE 19 from a river? So this is AE 19 from a river?
Would they be able
More
to
like a
flooding
call
river.
and try to get that
It's
straightened out so they can?
Pond.
Yeah.
I don't know, I emailed her today and
You know what? It could be.
Yeah.
That
Yeah, the other part of that is, this is the only one that we have is just a riverfront, it's an inland riverfront area, and there's nothing in there about riverfront disturbance, riverfront's not on the maps, and who flagged it? Is there a wetland sign? that flagged?
Brooke Monroe.
Because there's nothing saying she flagged it, there's no narrative, no notes, no soils, nothing. And this would be another one that would be rejected. So we're
Because it's not on the site plan.
we're stuck scrambling. There's nothing in the notice either about the wetlands. So, I mean, you do point out that it's in the flood zone, but it's in the riverfront, it's in the DVW, there's no wetland report, so all of this stuff we really need to get within a day, Needs to be put on a plan. I mean, we're rushing as much as we can, but this is so much missing information.
Is that a river?
Yeah, I believe it is. It's shown as a perennial stream, so
Is there a difference between a stream and a river?
it runs year round. Can be a stream, but it's still perennial.
Dick, can I see that site plan for a second?
Yes. Usually when they do a wetland review, they'll either give us the DEP soil wetland forms, or they'll write a narrative saying what they found and how they determined it, and I dug for it.
Beetle
In
made
this
it.
case, there isn't anything there, and You know, we had so many coming in, I was just reviewing these yesterday and today, so we're just,
Sure.
you know.
Well, you just got it into us anyways.
Yeah, yeah.
It hasn't been
Yeah.
sitting here.
Everybody's scrambling.
Yeah.
Did they all of a sudden impose this? Like, how did this all of a sudden?
FEMA came out with it a few weeks, you know, maybe a month ago, saying you've got a deadline, and this is our last meeting before the deadline, so everybody is on tonight. You know, every single one of the elevation ones, so. And they had to get structural, and they had to get elevation certificates, they had to get a lot of stuff, so.
Just, you know, maybe it's a shame that we didn't think of this earlier, but if there was just a handful of these pieces, could we have done these next week?
These?
Yeah.
No, the deadline, they have to be in Nancy's hand Monday with an order of conditions, with an order. And then, because she can't move on to the next step with them.
But a lot of a lot of our orders of conditions say you have to add these things.
DEP wouldn't even accept these notices. You know, so we have to write the orders, but we have to get the information before Nancy goes forward with it. You know. We can't say, oh, it's part of a condition, get it delineated and give us a report. I mean, that, you'd continue. And we can't continue because we don't have the time, so.
It is delineated, we just lacking the report.
Right, well, and it's not on the plan too, the riverfront areas and things like that. It's not calculated in the notice of intent, the square footage of all that has to be right, or they won't, you know.
And again, this is just provisional. If FEMA doesn't give me a grant, this isn't
Right. They'll shut us down as a commission if we accept stuff like this and don't do the work on our
Why did we even
end.
put them on for tonight?
Because then nobody would be able to get elevation certificates from the town. So,
But we aren't doing it anyways.
well, there's a chance we can do it. But it's gonna take the engineers and the applicants to get us a bunch of stuff in the next day or two.
Okay.
So,
Whatever you need, I'll go get it.
yeah, so we can do what we did the last couple of close, and we'll figure out what they need, and
Okay.
I make a motion to close.
Second?
Second.
We're gonna close the hearing, subject to you getting that other information. And if we have it all, then it can be submitted.
you're not the only one in this category, there's a few, so.
So will we know, like, tomorrow morning, when you guys talk exactly?
What we may do is if they trust me to write the conditions and do it by email, I could do it tomorrow, so they're not here till 2 o'clock in the morning tonight. But it won't be early, it'll probably be late tomorrow night.
So can you tell them the pieces that you're missing right now?
We have to go through it and write it down, yeah. So, I mean, we just talked about the riverfront thing and,
The narrative from Brooke.
the narrative from Brooke. And then on the plan, we talked about getting it on there, but it may not have to get on there before Monday.
All right.
Maybe there's a way to indicate that it's gonna be on there and then the as-built or something like that.
Yeah, we can talk to Nancy in the morning, too.
Yep, nope, we can't. She's out, she's doing these things all day tomorrow,
Oh,
so she's out of the office.
Works at home on Friday.
tomorrow's Thursday.
Well, it's Thursday, she's not supposed to be on
Well,
vacation, she had to
We
cancel
stay a
vacation.
couple more hours, it'll be
Yeah, she had
Friday.
to cancel vacation this week too, so.
All right, well, you got a list of things that you can at least start to pull
Yes.
together. Okay. All right,
I appreciate that.
and nobody else wanted to speak to this? All right,
Back to Cote.
so we voted that, right?
Yes,
Yep.
we
Voted
did.
to close. Yeah, we voted to close.
Yeah, we closed it.
Close enough.
Thank you, gentlemen.
On July 15, 2015, at 8:10 PM, the Town Hall, the Scituate Conservation Commission will hold a wetlands hearing. And Paul, did you get your cards?
Yes.
131, Section 4 of the Massachusetts General Laws, and Section 30700, Town of Scituate Code of Bylaws regarding the application of Michelle Cote, trustee for Cote Atlantic Drive Realty Trust, to elevate an existing dwelling on property located at 38 Atlantic Drive, Humrock. Abutters and other interested parties are invited to attend. Did you get a speeding ticket?
Who, me? I walked.
You walked.
I walked, yeah. I walked fast, Frank.
Yeah. Oh.
I hope you got all
I'd
your
like to
stuff.
take a walk right now.
I hope you got everything you need tonight.
I got it, geez, so far, so good. It's a long night. You got
Oh,
to-
tell us about it.
We're not done.
You got to do this quick. The Cotes have decided that they want to elevate their house, after all.
Imagine that.
I suggested that to them last year, because it's in tough shape underneath, so. So this application has been submitted in order to apply for the FEMA grants. We're going to pick the house up approximately, the first floor elevation is going to be about, I think, 5 or 6 feet higher than the existing one. The plans were done by Rivermore Engineering, which I submitted to you. They're going to be on a pile foundation.
These come in.
What I saw underneath that house was the old house, a lot of the foundation for the old house that was there after the storm of '91 is still there. It was all buried in the sand, but these storms have eroded it. And you can see some of the concrete block walls underneath, some of the old piles, which is kind of a mishmash. And, you know, they aren't in that great a shape. So they,
Doesn't look like it.
So they're gonna move the house forward or backwards and then drive piles and then
Yes.
put it back on?
yes.
And then do this up there.
So
They
they,
actually have to go towards the ocean, wouldn't they?
Oh, they could go across the
They
street.
go across the street too, yeah.
well, isn't that where the,
You started digging it.
the septic is
That's
going?
where the septic is going.
That-
It is.
I think they started it, right?
They did today. They got it in. Majority of it in.
Have to put some pads down.
What'd she do with this? Oh, well, the sand. Did she sift it
Sift it?
before she put it over the riverfront?
You didn't.
No.
So this is disturbing new area in the flood zone, right?
No, no,
No.
no. It's just
Well, if we're
lifting it up.
moving, no, if we're moving the house to a different area, then we have to be,
Oh,
right, by
well.
definition.
That house is almost in the street.
It is.
Yeah.
The porch is right on the street line. I mean, the
There's no-
deck's pretty narrow.
There's no
They
room for
put
it to
it
go
on
but
the
towards the ocean.
Yeah, that's actually in two
They do that
sections.
all the time.
On the ocean side, there's a big room that they added years ago, but you can see it how the walls kind of separate a little bit. I could see the patches in there. So if Gordon moved it, my guess is he'd probably pick it up in two sections and move it.
Yeah. But they-
Moving it's actually pretty easy.
He can keep it above high tide line?
Oh, sure.
Was it?
Yeah.
There's a lot of room down that
Oh,
section.
yeah. Yeah, the ground's up at 13 there.
What's the elevation, what's the velocity, what's the zoning on
The
this?
velocity zone is 14, the ground elevation's 13. But what we saw was the houses on either side of them are much higher than they have to be, even on the new maps. And that work was done, some time ago.
So our standard question is, you're just going straight up, but in this case, we're not going just straight up, correct?
Eventually you'll be straight up.
It will
Or,
be,
I
but
mean, as
they
far as
gotta move it
footprint,
and
yeah,
then set
as far
it
as
back.
footprint, because the house is
Well done.
close to the side property lines with the decks.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Peg?
No question. I'm glad they're doing it. And everything up.
Pat, do you have anything?
No, just no new decks, no new expansion, nothing, just up, okay.
She wanted to do some more with the deck, but we told her that she couldn't. We spoke to Nancy, and Nancy told her, she told everyone else, FEMA won't pay for it.
Yeah, so that, a lot of the plans we got show decks and show everything, but FEMA's not gonna,
Well, Nancy doesn't want a plan showing any extra work other than what's there.
Right.
Well, FEMA will kick it back to you.
right.
Okay.
All right,
I make a motion to close.
a second?
Second.
All in favor? So what pieces do we have, so that, can wrap this up so that this young lady can go home?
All right, if
We have-
Carol has orders to sign, if you sign them and trust that I will get you the conditions tomorrow,
Well, we have a couple of conditions we should vote right now, right? Pope's Pond.
There's someone else over a period.
Oh, yeah, there's an order that's, yep, that's been around for a while. That's the only one I think.
Devaney and,
Well, those are all elevation
No,
ones,
those
so.
were all elevated.
It's only Pope's Ponds, I think.
Did
I
anybody?
make a motion, we accept the Pope's Pond.
Thanks,
with
Paul.
the Condition as written.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yep.
Aye.
All right,
And we have 100 Pratt Road. This was he has to clean up to get a certificate of compliance. His landscaper dumped in the yard. He started to clean it, didn't do enough, promised he'll have it done by Thursday, and tomorrow, yeah. And I said I would run it by you guys. I think he'll do it. He's done some of it already. He's
can I
bringing the
tell
guy
you
back.
though, we've given certificate of, you can do it, but we have been burnt a few times of giving them and then the work, they just walk.
Right.
Because they're selling. And we had,
Well, his thing is he has a closing on the 31st.
yeah, well, they all have closings.
Right.